I'm CP today. Hello. Hello. First life phantom, very speedy. I imagine being a phantom enables arriving early to places, you know? Do you get to walk through walls? I feel like that would cut down on the logistics of travel. I am distracted. Hello, Dem. Welcome, and I hope you're having a good day too. Hello, BMAX. Hello, Vale. Hello, Umbo. How are you all doing? How is your tipping going? Oh heck, Snuggleton, thank you so much for continuing the sub. I don't fully understand the little readout that Twitch has given me. This may be because I did a Scuff OBS plugin and I don't entirely understand the readout, but thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I hope you enjoy whatever book you get out to the library. I think it's telling me you subscribed with Prime, but I'm not 100% sure. But either way, I thank you. Apologies my inability to plan for non-continuous inputs when setting things up in OBS resulted in this confusion. But I hope you're having a great day, and I really appreciate it. Oh, hi Sonic, welcome in. How is everybody doing? Oh wait, hello Vale as well. Good morning. Or is it early for you? It is a little bit late for me. I should say, apologies for starting a little bit late. I was recording some stuff offline for exciting future project. Be excited. And I ran out of time, and so I've eaten like a quarter of my dinner, but I felt rude being too late, so I started around half an hour late, which is now, and I may just occasionally stop to eat a bit more food. But I hope that's okay. It's my bad for not correctly allocating the amount of time things would take, but hopefully this way we get everything done, and that's cool because that means cool things, and I still get to eat my good food. I say that, I'm just gonna inhale food 1 second. Very good. Okay. I should explain what's going on today. So today is a teeny bit different to usual. This is neither a study stream nor a gameplay stream. We are learning Godot together, fake hand waving. The intention for this is that Godot is really cool and it was picked out as a language to look at as using the channel point redeem that's now used for gameplay. And so I decided that on stream I want to go through some of, and maybe branch off at some point, but at least for the foundations, go through the Godot, my first 2D game documentation, and build it on stream so that if people want to struggle along with it with background noises as doing the same, then they can, because I think everyone here is excited about games as a concept, and so understanding a bit of how they work or the framework of one system that allows them to work is exciting and cool. EP sleepy? Always, but especially today. I'm not sure why, but I was really excited to sleep in today, and then I woke up at 9 AM without any alarms. And then just as I was like, oh, it'd be the perfect time for a nap, it like hit 7 PM and I was like, no, I've gotta start stream. So we are a little sleepy today, but I have caffeine. I have Monster Energy, so we shall try to be energized, and we shall be hyperactive if not energized. One of the two. Okie dokie. But yes, let me grab the address. So the information we are working through is, I'm just gonna type out the little message because I forgot to do it before stream started. Here we go. Now we can pin that, and it should be organized. Maybe it'll be organized. Oh, hi, Metal. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, and the pets. Multitasking redeems. Do you count Monster Energy as a hydrate? Important questions. I personally consider it hydrating. Other people may disagree, and it's like within the they have the autonomy to disagree, but I think it counts as a hydrate. I know it's not net hydrating, and it takes up more water from your body, but it's kind of thematically appropriate. I'll just should we have should we I'm gonna have to vanish for a second. I got a giant box of cans of Dr. Pepper, which I am quite impressed by. I found out there's a relatively local Turkish supermarket that deliver food, and so I just got an obscenely large crate of cans of Dr. Pepper, so I never have to go to the supermarket and carry heavy bags back again. But I haven't opened them yet, so let me just... Whoa! Cardboard noises. There we go. Let me get 2 out for the stream, because I've been recording all day, so my voice is kind of scuff. Okay. Started the stream by accidentally breaking my neck, but it's fine, I'm back, I bounced back. Very flexible neck, I guess. I kinda want a separate drink water routine. I disagree, I don't drink water. Water tastes bad, why would I do that? Okay, let me... Dr. Pepper. The options are Monster, Dr. Pepper, or I just drink some of the broth from the pho that I was eating for dinner. These are the 3 plausible hydrates. What do you mean whip? I drink a lot of herbal tea, and I like cordials. I really like Ribena and barley cordial, but I just plain water. Depending on where you live, the tap water taste varies dramatically, and I don't happen to have very nice tasting tap water. And considering there is drinkable, if not unpleasant tasting water in the UK, I object to buying bottled water. And so I don't know. I drink a lot of herbal tea. I have like a teapot a day, I'd say. A teapot a day keeps the mouse from having to drink water. But in the meantime... That was a good one. That was a very good one, oh my gosh. You know, fair? See? It is I know it's probably a bizarre conversation for people who live in areas where you don't have drinkable tap water, but you do get some bad tasting water in parts of the UK. not to just slander regions, but tea is life. I was gonna get distracted again, but I probably should do a teeny bit of godot before I get distracted again. Ask me about what tea I've had with breakfast for the last week. You have more exciting anecdotes to come. Exciting to me, at least. I'm looking forward to yapping about them. I'm not gonna declare that there'll be riveting information. I'm just excitable about it. Okay, so I should go through what we did last time, shouldn't I? Is it possible to scroll up and go to the previous one, and we can... Okay, yeah, let's quickly go through what we did last time, and then we can talk through where we're at now and what the next steps are. Oh, thank you for the pats, Phantom. Thank you. Please give riveting tea-based information? Oh, it's such a compelling request. I'm gonna have to get distracted again. Essentially, last time at V-Expo, so 10 months ago, they had some of the Vishojo merch in person because they had a stall there. I was so lucky I got to see it at the Iron Mouse concert, because we queued up super duper early, because I was aggressively monitoring the schedules. We got to be front row, so the stage is only like 2 or 3 meters away. It was very cool. But the Vishojo stall had a few products there, and I was able to get 1 or 2 standees and a plush. But the thing that's topical to this is I was able to get 2 boxes of tea, and so I don't know how widespread knowledge this was. VTubers releasing herbal tea was very big news to me, given those are 2 of my like 8 personality traits, and so this was very big news to me. But I don't know how widespread it is, but Fruit and Mouse, both from V Shoujo, Iron Mouse, not this mouse, the cool mouse, released their own herbal tea boxes, which are, it's not loose leaf, it's bag tea, where Fruit's one is a black peach tea, and Iron Mouse's is a raspberry and lemon one. And I've been having the raspberry and lemon one with my breakfast because my regular lemon tea ran out. I've been procrastinating having them for the first time for eons, because I was like, oh, I should do it as a stream thing. But yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. Although, hot take, it says on the little box thing that you should let them steep for 4 to 7 minutes for the Iron Mouse one. I disagree. I think at like 5 minutes is the most, and it should be 3 to 5 minutes. But this is my controversial tea-based opinions. I am very sensitive to an overstewed tea. I will complain about it quite easily. It's not slander if it's true. Some tap water tastes bad, and I stand by this. Oh, hi Adam. How have you been learning it? It's going well. We have been distracted. How long have I been live for? Only 15 minutes. I'm veritably on topic. That's fine. But yeah, that's my exciting new changes in tea consumption. So, zooming through some of the basics for Godot. You have the player scene, so we've had to create the node that is the player, and then we've also created the, is it a node within a node? We've added the subcomponent, which is both the animation instruction and the collision instruction that describes the range of where it will interact and hit other objects. And then from there, so it's the player node, and there's the sprites which make up the animation and the collision sprites. So these are the subcomponents. So you have a sprite node structure. I remember things. And then we did the instructions in here and here to categorize the movement sprites, to give each of the directions depending on the input, and then set it as having a range to move over, and the starting speed at 0, and it's starting in the top corner. And then we have here, it was done on this part, I believe, to determine the collision properties, and then we added the capsule shape, which was the rough mapping of a predetermined outline shape to our little sprite on what would count as a collision with one of the other objects we're going to add into the game, one of the other sprites we're going to add into the game. Then, moving on to the next little bit, we started accounting for the speed and the movement. So that's the portion we're looking at here with normalized speed. And so for this, we cover off in showing if there's 2 inputs to go in a diagonal, you don't just get Pythagoras speed. I can't explain better. You know what I mean when I say Pythagoras speed. Please say yes. And then we've also added in the determination that if you have movement, how it adds and it stops, and it affecting the position. So I believe the next component we need to add, with this being the breakdown of each of the movements, because we've had to map, we had to define each of these, the move right, as being locked to a keybind, and then associating them back in to the, like, I think this is the Golang code. In my brain it's just Python, but I know it's not Python, it's the Golang code, but yeah. I'm just like, yeah, it's weird Python. It's just a version I don't remember half the documentation of. It's fine. And then yeah, this was the point we were up to. So we have the normalized speed and velocity, and we have the stationary point once you stop pressing an input, so there isn't any momentum shenanigans at the moment. Pythagorean speed. You know, sometimes you have two nice perpendicular triangle sides, and then you have the diagonal, which is the Pythagorean speed, and that's all I can communicate. Is this quite similar to Python for you so far? Yeah, it's very similar, I believe. A lot of the Python that I've done is very specific to it's very localized. I've mostly used Python in terms of grabbing data from APIs and that sort of shenanigan. And so for how broad of a language Python is, I know like one minuscule corner of it. But a lot of the like framework and structure of it is, yeah. Oh heck, hi Jake, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Would you like the hydrate to be caffeine, faster talking mouse, or beverage? Not significantly faster talking mouse. I'm letting people choose. I hope your day's been going well so far. Simply allow the diagonal movement speed to be faster. I fear that could break so many things. I suppose, I feel like that leads to everything collapsing around it. I don't know, I can see situations where that causes problems. Many, many problems. And I think I'm the problem for now, so we can't have any others. Alrighty, so I believe... What are we up to? We'll be starting... Oh! Okay, this is another note. Can we run this? So this is the game as is. We have our little lad. We can move on. I've set it to be WASD keyboard inputs instead of arrows because I'm on a 60% keyboard. Because past me made mistakes when buying a keyboard. And this is all we have so far, which is invisible because of the game. And this is what we have so far, which is cool. Look at me go. When it starts in the top left hand corner because this is 0, 0, because you have this is 0 and I'm gonna say arbitrarily this is 10. I can't remember what the scale I defined the area as being. Is that written somewhere? I know I defined it somewhere, I just can't remember where I did. Well, anyway, somewhere there is a defined range which covers this area that you're moving about in, and you start here at 0, 0, because as you go down in what one would assume it is traditionally a negative, because of gravity, I've been told, not convinced, this is positive and high, whereas this is 0, so this is 10 if we just pick an arbitrary scale of 10, and this is 5 and this is 0, etc. But in the traditional sense, this is 0, this is 5, this is 10, and the y-axis. And so that's where we're at so far. I think that is some of the key-ish information that we covered in the first stream. Hopefully I've summarized that in a helpful way. As is kind of gonna be evident immediately, I don't have a background in this, and so if I make any mistakes or misrepresent something, please let me know, but like in a nice way, because I find learning fun, and people mentioned wanting to learn along with me on stream, so that's why we're doing this. How transferable are business admin skills when it comes to learning Python? This is gonna sound like a silly question, but what do you classify as business admin skills? I suppose I have kind of the inverse experience in that I learned Python before I had any corporate work experience. I'd only done like online remote internships when I was learning Python, and had worked in hospitality or in gyms before that. So I don't really have much experience of trying to convert corporate business skills to Python, but understanding logical structure and data sets is always going to be beneficial for coding. Anything that is set theory in disguise will always be helpful. I want to mess with godot so badly. I have a game I want to make. I just have so much else to do. That's very fair. There's always so many things to do. Honestly, I feel kind of lucky, the streaming and the fact that I'm lucky to have a community that's like excited about me doing things, helps me and choose to cut out time to try new things and not just be swept up in all the things I do and not just stay busy all the time. So I think, I know this isn't the experience for most people because a lot of people stream and tend to mostly play one game, but I find it's a really good framework to keep getting yourself to learn and try new things. Oh, hi Mule, welcome in. Apologies, I was just trying to recap and read quickly and I'm soup today. Maybe I am dehydrated. I feel like I've drank almost all of this already. Oh my goodness. My business admin skills mostly consist of handling data information, having a sharp eye for detail when I update stuff. Attention to detail is always beneficial when troubleshooting and testing code. Depending on what level you're handling data, so if this is something in the sense of kind of something akin to data architecture where you're setting up I don't really know how to articulate it. I'm very used to data in a database environment and occasionally having to interact with the rogue spreadsheet that we have to use to interact with the process, or pulling in any other data sources from a third party or industry using an API in a professional environment. And so I don't really have much context for how other people's data environments work because of my current job and where I've interned in the past. That's been the set structure. And so depending on the storage and usage of the data, I think that affects what the data handling skills are. I feel like I'm being in unintentionally obtuse with that answer, but I'm afraid there's a lot of information that goes into it. Familiarity with data and understanding things like reference and data structure and granularity are pretty significant if you want to go into anything database related or data manipulation related. Python can be used for that. I naturally SQL or BigQuery would be better. I prefer SQL. Why on earth would I be biased towards SQL? But yeah. Oh heck, thank you for the hydrate snuckle. Let me catch up. I'm doing 2 beverage, 1 caffeine as a compromise so I don't get the hiccups because beverage has bubbles. I'm not equipped to like fizzy drinks. I get the hiccups so easily. Why do I sabotage myself like this? Handled sensitive info. Okay, I think if you want to work in a data position at a company, having some formal training in data privacy and sensitive information is a necessity. It's very rare that, unless you're at a big company like 1,000 people plus, that as a member of the data team you won't have access to some sensitive information. So having frequent training and background in handling that correctly is important. I wouldn't necessarily say that has any technical overlap with the foundational skills for Python, but there's so much good documentation out there for Python. I think the first thing I built in Python, and I think this is a pretty good one, is I just built a simple quiz. The one I built was using, I think, is a PokeLib or PokeDB, which is one of the Pokemon APIs that has a really great set of information, and I just built a pretty chill quiz where you would randomly pick 2 Pokemon and you would have to do like high or lower with the different categories for it, and then you'd get a score at the end, and then I connected it to a leaderboard and it would track your score. That took me, I think, like 6 or 7 hours from scratch. I did a few interim projects along the way, but that I think worked really well as a beginner task, particularly because I forgot the name of it off the top of my head, but there's several really well documented Pokemon APIs, and having good documentation if you want to work with an API is like 90% of the battle, as I have discovered at work. I think for programming in general, what you really need is reasoning and being able to understand structure of data variables. Yeah, I think I often talk about it in relation to database shenanigans just because that's what I work with and it's what I feel most confident talking about, because although I hope I don't present myself as like a particularly wise being on this, but the granularity of something and understanding how to maintain granularity between interactions of different components, be there 2 tables in SQL or BigQuery, or the scope of a function and the different levels it operates at, and which components of the function to change on which instance of instruction and which condition. That is a really key and valuable skill, and I think that's something that people can build subconsciously if they're working with complex data sets, even if it's in a non-coding environment, if it's something like M. Some of those, frankly to me, terrifying Excel documents. Okay, it's always very funny because sometimes I'll be on a call with someone at work and they'll just show me a like 20-page Excel workbook with 100 VLOOKUPs, and I'll just sit there in horror, because in my mind that could crash if you breathe too heavily on it, because I have the same laptop of them and it's barely alive. And so I find that intimidating, but that's just because I don't like losing my work. I'm far too used to working in cloud that autosaves. But I do think there's understanding of granularity that can come through that. I would generally recommend doing, like, if you want to go about things in a very formal way, having a class in basic set theory or logic theory, I think is really helpful. I kind of got to cheat because no, I didn't. I did a whole maths degree, and so I got them cleared very early on, and so that's relatively foundational to me, and so I don't find those areas too difficult to understand outside of... It can always be difficult to go from a business case and a brief to translating that often varyingly imprecise description to formal logic to then how you actually implement that in the language or the system you're using. Is it just wearing like a helicopter that's about to take off? It is freezing every 10 seconds, and I'm like, oh, is that my internet giving out again? And they're just like, oh no, my laptop just does that whenever I click something, and then I sit there in fear. And then I offer to automate it, and everything gets better. Oh wait, hi Jules, welcome in. Apologies, I didn't see the leaving. How are you doing? But yeah, I think Python... I'm not going to get too much more distracted, but I think Python is a very good jumping off point if you want to learn a programming language, and it's good in that it has broad utility and has very widespread documentation. So those are my 2 things in favor. There's a lot of tasks you can do in Python that you can do better in other languages, but if you're going to learn one to start, it may as well be a kind of broad-reaching one. And I honestly think that having lots of documentation and a community of people that can easily answer questions on something is what significantly affects the difficulty of learning something. yesterday was my second day on my job, and my boss was like, here's a huge spreadsheet with the math you need to code into this website. Oh no. No, I'm having to transform some delightful Excels into an automated report at the moment. Not delightful, but it'll be better once it's done. Once I can finally get it signed off, everything will be right in the world until I get my next ticket. Okay, they're wheezing in the background. Honestly, my poor laptop. That's a bad habit I have. I tend not to turn my laptop off at the end of every workday, which I know isn't good for the laptop, but I am used to having full permissions on all of my devices, and so the fact that if it starts up in the morning and there is any update available, it will take an extra hour to turn on because it needs to update, inconveniences me. If I say try to log on to work less than an hour before my first meeting, if I've got like a 9 AM meeting, I don't want to have to log on at 7:45 to get my laptop ready when I don't need to be on until 9. It's so evil, and so I tend to only shut my laptop down either at the end of a working day and then immediately reboot it in case any updates come through, or I shut it down on weekends, which I know isn't best practice. But if they're gonna give me like really, really irksome automated processes that I don't have permissions to mess with, I don't know, you gotta work around them in some way, and I'm not waking up earlier. But oh wait, also congratulations on your job, Snickle. That's exciting. Exciting and nerve-wracking. I don't know. I find lots of things nerve-wracking, but that's me. Vector math. I love maths. Okay. So. Aha! This is the next point. So. Clamp. Oh, does this limit the bounds of something? That's weird. Now that we have a movement direction, we can update the player's position. We can also use clamp to prevent it from leaving the screen. Clamping a value means restricting it to a given range and following to the bottom of the process function, making sure it's not indented under anything else. Okay, so I assume that would just be... Oh, only one equals? We don't want to make it... I'm assuming that's the same where it's a always true statement, because that could break things. Is it gonna autofill for me? Yes it is! Oh no, it's not. Maybe it is? Is that case sensitive? I think it must be. Can I call upon screen size as a variable? I can! Oh, that's delightful. Wonderful. Thank you. Nice. Job hunting is scary. It's always spooky. I considered rewriting my CV over the last few days, and I realized that since I started working, because I started streaming it around the same time, I don't do anywhere near as many kind of self-development coding projects as I used to. I used to do a solid like 2 a month, and I've gotten so lazy since then. I may have to start it up again, but could I make that into stream content so I still have time to stream? Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to figure it out. Let's just run this quickly to make sure it's still working as expected. Oh, nice. Okay. So, yep, it is not allowing inputs outside of the defined window range. So it has successfully been clamped. I feel like... I imagine it's going to be added to later on because it wants to do parts and segments, but I would quite like to add it so that the collision space of the sprite is used to determine if it goes out of bounds, not the central point which it's tracked from. But I'm assuming that's going to be something that's called to and added to later on. So, Oh, I should, I realize this happens sometimes. Because of how godot captures for Steam, I've had to set it up on my non-primary monitor as just a window on its own, and so I've just like left a plain screen with my background. So we have super secret Denya art that isn't actually... Wait, My captured window is in the way of me. No, if I'm gonna show it off, I'm gonna do it properly. We have like little linear art as the background, so don't worry if the screen ever like flickers. I have planned things to. There won't be anything captured there shouldn't be, just because I know when I click to my screen background just being my my window background before, people panicked last time, so I thought I'd go through it. Oh nice. One command scene to make sure it works. I'm ahead of the curve. I'm testing things. If you get an error in the debugger panel, that is... I hate errors. The only thing worse than an error is something running and not compiling as you expect. That's the only thing worse. Evil, evil. Sometimes I wish I got errors, but I'm still not excited to see them. Oh, okay, choosing animations. Nice. So, I assume we're gonna add that to the sprite. Let's do this. Oh, hi Topistein, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Now that the player can move, we need to change which animation the animated sprite is playing based on its direction. We have the walk animation, which shows the player walking to the right. This animation should be flipped horizontal using the flip H property from the left movement. We also have the up animation, which will be flipped vertically with the flip V. Oh, okay, so there's just two flip functions based on the different axes. That's a lot simpler. I thought we were going to have to do rotations. I thought I was going to get to be like, haha, no. I'm using radians instead and be silly, but this is simpler. So let's set this up here. So does it need to be all this? Couldn't it be? Oh wait, yes, it could become more concise. Is it best practice to write out the long way first? I can explain why it should be the short way. I was just like, I feel like I don't need all these declarations. You can make this faster. I just wanted. Wow! Oh, thank you, Toby. That's so sweet. Thank you, thank you. You'll never trick me into saying nice things about myself on Steam again. I'm too smooth. I'm too fast at reading. I'm going to eat noodles. I forgot to, what's the name of the little leaf? I forgot to chop up the celery before adding it to my pho, and so when I was eating it before, I just accidentally got an entire leaf like stuck between my teeth, and it was a very distressing like 7 seconds until I got it out, and so now I'm being extra cautious whilst eating. I'm gonna ride it the short way. I genuinely think sometimes I don't know, the short term just makes so much more sense. Maybe it's just because it's what I'm not used to, but no. Oh, okay, so we have flip H, true, and so, yeah. Let's check this works as expected. If this doesn't work, then I guess I do it the many word way, and I suffer hubris, I guess. That's almost hubris. Unlimited sprite 2D. Flip H. Have I not understood that? It just didn't. Did I spell the word false wrong? I do that quite often. The fact that contract and contact are only one letter apart, and it's like a middling low-rise letter, causes me at least 3 errors a day. Tentatively, thinking that should work. No, it's not. Okay, let's have a look. Let's try it in the longer-winded way and just accept that trying to do it in the shorthand might have been one step too far. So when it's not equal to 0, animated sprite 2D dot animation. Oh, now can I remember what I declared them as? I'm gonna hope the past me used the recommended names because I can't remember what I used instead. And it doesn't autofill the names, which is scary. Flip me tickle for the vertical flip on this one. Why don't you am I spelling the word false incorrectly half the time? What's going on? Whoa! Hi Jenny, hi Jenny. What is it Danya needs help with? I can't seem to spell the word false right all the time is my current main issue. But when I tried to swap straight to doing the abbreviated way for the animation, it didn't work, but I'm just doing it the 10,000 steps way and accepting my fate. Okay, let's do Elif. Good day everyone. Oh hi Dust, good day, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone. Hi Turquoise, how are you doing? Good evening, good evening. Trying to make a system for drop rate. Oh, what's that? Oh hi my hearties. I guess Turquoise is a pirate now. How goes the coding? Well, I'm manifesting that it goes well. I'm not sure if it will. That's not really the spirit of the the confidence that I was hoping to envision there. Okay. Equal to 0. Then we call the thing animation. Set it to up. I really hope I name them the standard things. If not, I'm gonna have a world of looking through things I wrote last stream. Genuinely might be easier if I just go back and watch my VOD because I don't remember much of the layout of what I interacted with since it's been a little while. I maintain the UIs are... Oh! I was bamboozled for a second. That's why I was bamboozled. I was bamboozled for a second why the direction of the inequalities is different, but that's because the axes scale differently with x going... Is that? Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I stand by that. Because to travel up in the x-axis, you are traveling in a negative direction because 0 is at the top and the largest number is at the bottom, the largest positive number is at the bottom. So that's why these are flipped, because to travel in a positive direction, the y-axis you add. Okay, I think I follow. Let us see. Do I wiggle? The little eyes moving! Okay, that's quite exciting. Look at us go. Wiggling back and forth. Tiny guy! At some point, I was hoping to do it for today, but I just haven't had time. At some point, I might do a Scuff impromptu art stream where I draw replacement assets for all the enemies and the sprites in this. For all the different sprites, since I think there's a total of 17. And I just draw maybe like mice and cat. Just very simple. Little mouse, little cat. And so I'm the mouse as the fellow that runs around, and the cats are the enemies. Because Catdenia is a myth. Scuff art stream? Maybe. It wouldn't be able to be for a week or two, since I'm afraid I've already planned all my streams out eons in ahead. Making a drop rate system for when an enemy is destroyed and they drop experience. Now I need to make a system that enables the player character to gain that experience. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think. You see, sometimes I think that I have done too much data-specific coding, because sometimes I'm always like, oh, how do I set this up? And I'm just like, I can think of like a nice 3-table system that you use to store all that information. But I realize that's probably not in practice how information gets called. But I'd imagine you have like an ID for each enemy, and then you have other set information that it calls to, maybe like a sound effect or a sprite, which are in 2 tables respectively, and there's another table which is in drops, and you would have the set drops as XP, and then you could have another one which would be variable drops and the rate for them. Yeah, I think that's how I do it, and then you would just... It would be a bit more complicated on the variable one, but that's how I would imagine that's done. I don't know how it's actually done. I could see it all being stored locally within one item or sprite for each enemy, but that feels more computationally intensive to call on, but I might just be biased. I'm very biased. I like give me 20 tables. Let me define a nice schema structure. I'll be so happy. Well, art, bad art. You've got to add in the scuff when describing anything I'll draw. Okay, so that works. Let us meander onwards. A common mistake here is to type the names of the animations wrong. Incorrect. I added in a plugin that does autocomplete for me. I do hate that it's case sensitive though. I understand why things are case sensitive, but I don't like it. You will, anytime I have to do something conditional on matching against type, you will see me there with the lower statement. I don't want to deal with that. Oh wait, this is interesting. When you're sure the movement is working correctly, you make this sound very definitive and confident for how I feel. Add this to line ready, so the player will be hidden when the game starts. Hide. I'm gonna say something really silly. Wouldn't you need to add unhide or some other parallel command at a later point to make it become visible again? Because you would be defining a status unless hide is internally defined as being like a temporary status. It doesn't really give me the details on that. Am I assuming incorrectly? I don't know how it works in Unity, but I just store the XP amount on the enemy, and then emit an event the amount when it dies. Then you could have the player listen for those events to grab the XP amount. That makes sense. I do further, given any problem, I go, oh, I'll make a table. And that's not the natural response. Maybe if there were more sentient mice, you would find the mice just really like making tables. Because I love a good table, I love a good diagram. It makes things nice and organized. It's efficient to index. It makes it easy to search for things. If I'm referring to a very detailed YouTube guide making a clone of Vampire Survivors. Oh, I love Vampire Survivors. I realize I've never played it on stream because I got addicted to it before I started streaming, and then played it so much that I fully completed the game. Not just like beat it, but every achievement on beat it on every character, did all the hidden endings. They might have added something since then, but now I'm just bad at Hollow Cure, and that's fun because I get to go like, look, cute girl, and then suffer at the same time. Which vampires are cool, but if tables are nice, event systems can get very complicated. I want to read about that now. There's so many things I want to read about. I've accidentally ended up with a backlog of... Let me check. think it's... I like to bookmark interesting articles or notes, and it can be from like Substacks or it can be news articles that I want to read, and I've accidentally ended up with a backlog of 5. And I know that seems like a very arbitrary number, but I try and keep it below 5 because I find that's when I start getting overwhelmed and stop reading them. And so there's a few that I need to catch up on my reading. I'm gonna see Leo tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to grab a train for that, so I should have like an hiccups, like an hour and a half total train time to more hiccups to get to catch up and read on them. The 2 which I'm most excited about are one which is about it's about communication from a linguistic perspective, but also from a how do I explain it? It's a social analysis based off statistical gathering on conversations, and it's an article called "A Good Conversation Should Have a Lot of Doorknobs," and it's about the nature of engaging with people and how to maintain welcoming conversation, which I find research like that very interesting, not just because I think it's a very complex area, so trying to quantify areas in those fields is very convoluted, and so I like reading about the assumptions that people make when they do so. But I also just find it quite interesting as an autistic person to look at the assumptions of, yes, and these are the social things, and I'm like, maybe they are. Who shall know? Who shall know? But yeah, there's a few others. A lot of them are economics related, so probably not very cheery. But I think that's the one that people might find most interesting that I'm looking to read. I can grab the article from it. There's another 2 from the Apollo Research Institute that have come out that I'm looking to read as well. I suppose they're not innately grumpy. The economic ones I would not describe as uplifting. I feel that so much to read, so little time. Yeah, I am. One thing which I'm considering doing is I'm considering getting an e-reader, because I read a lot on my phone because that's how I access AO3. But that aside, I've been reading a few books on the mobile version of the Kindle app, and I think if I were to get an e-reader, I wouldn't get a Kindle just because I don't like the marketplace dynamics of acquiring books on it. But it is very handy, especially if I want to analyze and comment on books in detail for something like book club. And it's also a lot easier to bring to work because I often end up reading quite beefy books, or else I just finish them in one sitting if they're under 150 pages. And so being able to slot them into my little laptop bag to bring to work. I need to get a good satchel bag. I've been looking out for one for ages, but it's the type of thing of there's a lot of them that are close to what I want second hand, and so I object to getting one new. But at the same time, I've just been using the one that my laptop came in, which is not the cutest, not the most functional, for almost 2 years now, so maybe I should just accept it and get one as the interim. I'd store an XP range in a float, then use random to pick a random variable from that range, then multiply it with the enemy's level, and just add it to the player's XP. Interesting. That makes sense. Having a scale directly on enemy level is an interesting idea. I'm trying to think if that makes sense. I think it does, yeah. It'd be interesting to see if all enemies have the same scaling portion based off level, or if there's some enemies that use up more experience as they level, etc. The range should be stored in a variable in the enemy. That makes sense. I'm just gonna plug my headset in so I may go quiet for 1 second whilst I mute. Apologies, my Bluetooth headset does not retain charge for more than an hour. And so as the reminder tells, I had to plug it into charge. If you're interested, I could send you a link. Although I might be interested to look as a once over, but I feel I probably shouldn't start looking at Unity shenanigans once I'm a little bit invested into learning Godot. I'm enjoying it at least. But yeah, I stand by this. I feel like unless I am misunderstanding something, you would need to... Is this enough? What does the specific instruction say? Added the line ready? Or just like that? Is that what it wants? No, it surely isn't, because... My instinct would be to put it like here, but that's not what's stated in this. Yeah, because the fellow's hidden at the start, but then this is the idea which I'm not 100% on the theory of, which is how the little fellow is to become visible again. Because you would assumably need an unhide toggle or some parallel at some point. I'm gonna just hash that one out and like scroll onwards to see if there's another clarification on it. Because regardless of where it's meant to be put, I don't see how it would become visible again unless, like, that's surely a status that you would need to change for the sprite back. I think that's why we... Oh no, Twitch lag is getting to me again. Isn't how I have it currently? Okay, let's have a look at preparing for collisions. The fact that that's the end of a segment does bamboozle me a teeny bit, but I'm bamboozled all the time. That's never stopped me. We want the player to detect when it's hit by an enemy, but we haven't made enemies yet. Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with enemies? That's okay, because we're going to use godot's signal functionality to make it work. Okay. I said the word functionality wrong there, but we're just gonna pretend I didn't. Add the following to the top of the script. If you're using GD script, add it after the extends area to D. Okay, so there. Calling hide at the end of ready. Oh, okay. Are you wanting to get into the game development industry? No. I think, how do I phrase this? Game development is a very fun thing to do, but it is something that is very difficult to do outside of a hobby. And because I have some pretty significant time commitments already with streaming and doing freelance data shenanigans, I don't think it's practical for me to change my job in it to swap to the amount of time that is required to keep pace with game dev. As much as I think that would be a really interesting thing to do, I would love at some point to, I don't know, honestly some part of me has been daydreaming about maybe in a year or so's time, if I can save up taking like a 2 or 3 month sabbatical and getting to stream more and maybe building like a game or something on stream as like a little community project. But I don't think it's something that, with the other commitments I have of like hobbies and free times, I would ever, or at least in the short term, be able to put enough work to transition into a career. And it's like, how do I phrase this? Nothing's set in stone. There's a lot of chaos at the moment with increased digitalization and AI shenanigans, but I'm pretty lucky that the area I studied in and the area I've worked in so far are pretty resilient, and that I think I'm continuing to build my technical knowledge in that regard. And you know, I'm sticking to my little PDP. I'm trying to work my way up to senior, and so I think I want to focus on enjoying game things as like a hobby. I don't really see any scope of it being a job thing. Same way I don't think I'd want to do streaming as a job. That would make it less fun, that would be scary. But I like consistency, so I think that skews me against stuff like that. This is a DM, I'm forcing you to learn godot, complain? No. I talked about wanting to learn to build games multiple times and then being indecisive and scared of coding on Steam. And Johnny was like, psych, you don't get to procrastinate anymore. This is... which... Yeah, that's crazy value. I don't know. I don't know how good I'm gonna get at it. I don't know how much time I'm gonna do, but I enjoy it. I might try and stick to doing one godot stream every 2 or 3 weeks until we finish the first 2D game thingy, and then we'll see what ideas we have from there. Maybe add in some library specific shenanigans. You'd rather do it in a way you enjoy? Yeah, I think... Oh, I'm gonna go on a tangent. This one's long even by my standards. I think there's a strange framing in how we approach hobbies nowadays, that the height of a hobby or the natural assumed progression of a hobby or an interest is monetization, be that in a career or freelancing. And I don't think that is a social cultural attitude that adds to the enjoyment of things. And so whenever I'm picking something up, even if it's gaining momentum or there is some path for monetization directly integrated into it, like with streaming, I intentionally decenter myself from that attitude, because it is the thief of joy. It reframes what you deem as success in something that you were previously doing for fun, and for a sense of community. And so I very rarely pick something up as a hobby with the intent of adding it to my career, etc. That being said, I do like programming projects with the context of like, maybe I can find a way to pretend this is for my CV and not because I wanted to do like data scraping of some video game I'm playing to give me my win rate percentage. But but yeah, I don't know. I think it is an attitude that, although I have not summarized concisely, does lead to enjoying things more. It's one that comes from a position of luxury, in that I have a like full-time big mouse job. Oh dear goodness, I suppose I have a career, don't I? No. Okay, so signal hit. We have set this up. I'm just jumping back into the nonsense before I get overly philosophical and start talking about wanting to retire. I know I get called Grandma Mouse a lot, but I'm not. I'm still too far away from retirement. More music coming? Oh, let's go! That's exciting. I think it's admirable. I don't know. It's one of those things where I think it makes me happy, and it's a more healthy way for me to interact with things. But it is dependent on my circumstance, and it's also dependent on how I respond to pressure. And so although I think it is a healthy attitude to promote to people, I don't want to ever indicate that it's a value statement and that it's unequivocally the correct way to approach things. It's just the way that I've found leads me to the most happiness and the least stress, which I think are two hard for things, and things that you should value when you can find them. And yeah, yep. Okay, this defines a custom signal called hit that we will have our player emit, and when it collides with an enemy, we will use area 2D to detect the collision. Select the player node and click the node tab. Oh, I did this kerfuffle where I put a node in a node. That may haunt me in the future. I still haven't figured out how to deal with that. Which is the one I need to use? I've caused myself problems, haven't I? it? Click the node tab. So this has the speed logged onto it, and so I'm assuming this is the correct one. Yep, it's got the hitbox. Next the inspector tab to see the list of the signals. Oh, that's a lot of signals. Oh, okay. So, area entered, area exited. Ooh! Oh, that's a fun way to... I imagine that's how you would do, like, room or zone-based music and those kind of shenanigans. Would you like some help? I am happy for help, but I think at the moment I'm just struggling with menuing. I don't think I'm confused at the moment, I'm just very easily distracted. Which I'm aware is a very unhelpful thing to say if people are trying to go along with something at the same time as me, but here I am. It is who I am. So, notice our custom hit signal is there as well? Yep. We also want the body entered body node TD signal. The signal will be emitted when a body contacts the player. I don't like using the word contact here. I don't know why, but it doesn't feel... Is it standardized? I'm gonna sulk about that. When I hear contact, I think like email address, phone number. Okay. I'm in the parenting thing. Oh, yes! If you have like a node lineage thing of how to unscuff it. Because whenever I go to do something at the player node, I get a bit bamboozled of which I'm meant to be clicking, or if I've set it up incorrectly by splitting it out between a node and a what's the other one? A node and a scene? Yeah. I don't know how far I am up the tree. Click right on the player node. It took me a minute to remember the nodes within nodes are called child nodes. When you said parenting, I was quite bamboozled. I was just like, I don't think I ever need one to parent. I need to vaguely babysit my community. And I have some plants I need to look after. Save branches seen. Oh. Oh. Now save it with another name. Okay. Player base 1. I'm very imaginative. And then can you add in the... Can you pull through the existing save one? I'll say it's very discombobulating watching the little sub-nodes vanish. I want my animation thing back. What are we doing? When I set it up, I accidentally set up a node within a node for defining the player base, so I inadvertently added like a depth layer to the tree that wasn't needed, and so we're trying to work around that to get back to the structure. Click the leftmost icon and then click on the player node. I'm afraid you're gonna have to be a bit more specific when you say the leftmost icon. Do you mean the plus symbol? Apologies for the scuff. I probably should have figured out how to fix it off stream if I had engaged my cranium correctly. I'm gonna have caffeine, that'll fix my problems. On the player node, you see the start movie starty thing icon? Yeah? Oh! Hey, there we go. Okay, nice. Thank you. That's the layout I'd expect. So we're now within the scene that makes up the player-based tree, which has the player-based node and the animation sprite and the collision sprite. Look at me slowly learning language. No. I was gonna get distracted for a second, but I won't. I'll stay on task. Things I've never said before. Okay. Since our enemies are going to be rigid body 2D nodes, we want the body entered body node 2D. Is that? Can I see the full highlighted text on there? Are you the type of thing that only hovers for a second? No. Body rid. Don't know about that. Body entered, body node 2D. Okay, so that's the one in question, I believe. If I can move the little text page which is hiding some of the summary text, but at least to me the summary text is not very informative. So here we are. The signal will be emitted when a body contacts a player. Click connect and connect a signal window appears. So is that a click on this? Connect. Godot will create a function that with the exact name directly in script for you. You don't need to change anything. Oh! If you're using an external text editor, Visual Studio Code, my beloved, a bug currently prevents Godot from doing so. Very sad. You'll be sent to the external code editor, but the new function won't be there. No. You could also rename the old scene something else and then name this one player. That makes sense too. I might do that as like future Denya admin. How do you rotate joints? Do you mean like in the skeleton? Or is this like stretching advice? Okay, let us see. So we'll create a function with the exact name. The connector signal window appears. Do I just do we just? Is it just ready to rumble as is? No spoilers? What do you mean no spoilers? I don't even know if I'm getting. Okay. I'm assuming that to set up the framework was to use something. Okay, we have a new function which is on body entered and then just passing it. Yep. The green icon indicating the signal is connected to this function. This does not mean the function exists. No, the function appearing in the compiler doesn't mean it exists. That would be ridiculous. Only that the signal will attempt to connect to a function with our name, so double check the spelling of the function match is exactly. It's automated and I'm dyslexic, so I'm gonna assume it's correct. Okay, so it doesn't have its like pass-through statement. Does it not need them? I'm always scared of declaring what things pass to because there's just space for everything to break there. So we have hide. This makes sense that on being defeated, functionally it hides. And then hit.emit. This bit, I kind of wish there was a more formal definition of what emit means. Must be deferred as we can't change physics properties on the physics callback. That makes sense. And then collision, disabling the collision shape so whilst it's hidden it doesn't interact with anything. That also makes sense. Okay. Collision shape set deferred. And then I'm assuming disabled is a predetermined. Yep. True. Oh! Is this one of those things where if you don't put a space before typing a bool, it'll not recognize the bool as a word? Is that why I wasn't recognizing half my falses? It's not because I got the L in the wrong place, it's because I didn't do a space between the equal sign and it. I'm a fool. Okay. Each time an enemy hits the player, the signal is going to be emitted. We need to disable the player's collision so that we don't trigger the hit signal more than once. That makes sense, that makes sense. Just an experiment? Ooh. I will say, I'm not sure why, but every now and then I'm very lucky in that my Twitter algorithm gets overtaken by people talking about game dev projects they're working on. And sorry if that was flashing on the screen now, I was rearranging my windows for my my very crowded stream management monitor. But I've been seeing a bunch of cool game dev updates on 2.5D games, which is very cool. A vehicle with rigid body wheels and something joint suspension. My brain did a big dyslexia and read 6 off as 6 DV, which is a surreal experience. I don't know how to explain DV to anyone who isn't from the UK. Why did people say that doing that would help you get into uni? It's such a strange experience. That's, yeah. Remember to save? Oh, is there not autosave? I'm so used to things autosaving, I'm spoiled. I read that as Dogot, I'm getting so sleepy. Don't go to autosave every time you play a scene. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let's make sure I haven't broken anything yet. We don't have any enemies in. I like how the little eye looks left to right. I wondered what the left-right directions were gonna be. Let me move the window so you can see all of it. I wondered what they were gonna be since you don't have separate animations for that, but I like how it's implemented. There we go. We don't have the enemies in yet, so there wouldn't be a way for this to... Oh! You're upsetting me for this. Why are you upsetting me for this? Are you upsetting me just for the sake of it? Velocity? I've spelled it right. Oh, I put a random letter at the end because I started giving direction inputs before the window loaded in. That's me being silly. Okay. I've been learning 3D and godot, yeah? 3D is scary. That's too many dimensions. Why 3D games are difficult. I don't know. I love a good 2D game. 2D's harder? Artists are so rare? Oh, I suppose I was thinking of like... Yeah. I suppose... I wasn't thinking about the whole like game engines with pre-constructed components thing. I was just thinking of drawing things badly myself if I ever make something for as like a community project. could draw scuff things. If something's scuffed for long enough, then it becomes like an in-joke or an art style, right? As long as it's consistent. I'm quite consistent. Each time an enemy hits the player, the signal is going to be emitted. Yep. Disabling the area's collision shape can cause an error if it happens in the middle of the engine's collision processing. I'm not sure I understand the statement, I'm going to have to read it again. Disabling the area's collision shape can cause an error if it happens in the middle of the engine's collision processing. Is that as if a second collision happens whilst the first one is still going through the steps? Is that what that means? It feels strange. I suppose it's like hypothetically possible on a longer chain of instructions upon collision. And if the game fits art style, yeah, a big thing which I'm always excited about is I am not a big fan of realism in games. I think selective realism, where maybe you have I've forgotten the name of it. There's a really cool Chinese visual novel where you have a stylized kind of almost Ghibli-esque city, but the backgrounds, which aren't anything that isn't a man-made construction or one of the people, is a photorealistic landscape or nature drawing, and it's the layering of them, and I think it's very cool and pretty. I don't know. I'm generally not a fan of realism unless it's done in part in a subversive way, I suppose. I feel like there's so much intentionality and theming you can add into art style, and choosing to be hyper-realistic loses an opportunity to express themes with exaggerated motifs and design within the art style. It also just wrecks a significant portion of the player base's computers to try and render. And so it's something which I think has like a logistical downside. And yeah. I don't know, I feel like with a lot of games I don't really care if you can see the paw on someone's face, but I would care about character dialogue or added menus, or if there's like a sub mini game, like if you could just add in like an extra little Gwent to a game, I'd be very excited about that. More so than if they have nose hairs, but that's not the attitude of AAA, so this is my little grumpy corner. Not a fan of realism? I think it's cool as an art style. I think it's technically very impressive, but I don't think it should be the default. And I think it's becoming the default, especially for big companies. Though maybe they'll start to move away from it, because I feel like they've been starting to get that feedback for the last year or so. So in their production cycles, maybe in 4 years we'll get something different. I say this not being a big AAA game consumer, just because £60 on games is a lot. They're not even £60 anymore. That used to be the like AAA standpoint. What is it now? Like 90? It's madness. And they're still not paying people for crunch hours properly. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. I feel like the way I've parsed this makes sense, but I don't know if it's what they're intending to communicate. So I'm just gonna. I am writing it. I'm making notes as I do this, which I feel like is ridiculous, but maybe it helps me retain information. Okay, I'm gonna make a little note of that. It's not something which I'm confident on. I think it's fine depending on the type of game, but definitely shouldn't be the norm. Yeah, I feel like it's very easy to end up in the uncanny valley, and so I think hyperrealism can be good in part. Like I said, I think it's very cool having it be the subversion of expectation with the stylized characters or stylized man-made infrastructure, and then hyper-realistic background, or inverse, where you have a stylized background and a hyper-realistic man-made infrastructure. I think the kind of photo bashing element of that and the contrasting styles can be very interesting, but I think just using everything in a hyper-realistic way, we're currently at a point with technology where it still lands at a point of uncanny valley that I don't love looking at. I can think it's technically impressive that they've been able to achieve it, but I'd rather just see a stylized character. That's my preference, at least. It is definitely skewed by the games I play. I can't think of a game I've played this year that has a hyper-realistic style. Yep. Num 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 num. But it depends what people want from games. The last piece to add to the function we can call to reset the player when starting a new game. Yes! Okay, I was wondering about this. I was wondering what level of granularity that would be done at. So this makes sense. Would you like to tell me what? Oh, pauses for position. Okay. I was going to be confused for a second about what. No, my brain's running out about how to conclude that. We'll need to have the next component, and that's why it's erroring at me. Oh, and this is where we remove the hide. Yep, so it's show as the function, and then you reactivate the collision space. Yeah. There we go. And now it's not erroring at me. Nice. Oh, hi, Vi. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I struggle to even draw stickman figures. That's not an exaggeration. Drawing's definitely very difficult. I really struggle with... It's gonna sound silly, but proportion. For organic things. Like, I quite like rendering. That's something which I've had quite a bit of practice at, because I did some art when I was studying. I don't know if it makes context for UK people, but I did art up to AS level, but I mostly did sculpting with clay. And so whenever I would draw things, it would mostly be drawing a rough design intention for what I was going to sculpt for a project. That's what most of my sketchbooks would be, that and texture studies. And so I'm proportionate to my balance of skills, which are not to a high standards, but one that I'm like content with, and that I think you're in a healthier mindset to learn when you're kind to yourself and where you're starting from. One of the things in like 2D art that I was better at is rendering and indicating dimension and shadow. Finding out where the light and shadow should go. So much maths. I know some people have instincts. I have to like draw 10 layers of arrows and they're still not enough. You can see the spirit leading my body thinking back of those arrow diagrams to try and plan out light and shadow. But it can definitely be very difficult. I do find trying to, especially when you have a position or rotation that kind of skews the proportions as seen from perspective slightly from what they would be on default, I really struggle to make it stay natural. It's just, well, like the reasonable range of how much it's changed by the perspective changing. People are so cool. This is the fact that I never really learned how to draw from references very well. because most of the drawing I did was planning out to create something, and so I'd sometimes be using text references for when I was planning to imitate a specific style or method of clay sculpting, but I never really got into the habit of drawing directly from a reference, and so it's so strange to me as a practice. Okay, let us run our little test. Look, I remembered to move it to the side where it's visible straight away. Isn't that handy? We're wobbling. Nothing's changed functionally because we don't have anything to collide with, but we can go on to our next page. I think that's quite exciting. Okay. Creating the enemy. Oh, that's ominous sounding. I'm not patient enough to draw my lines never the way I want them. Yeah, I think it sounds silly, but pencil control is really difficult, and I spent a long time learning it on pen and paper, and was very put out to find that that didn't transfer to digital drawing. I was perturbed. I was just like, yeah, I've learned how to draw a straight line in a circle. No, I haven't. I forgot. Not on a screen. I shook my head too energetically and now I'm dizzy. I'm having another beverage. Oh no. I need to start drinking out of glasses that are clear, because since I mostly drink out of mugs or cans, whenever I drink my model just goes kind of crazy because I can't track my face for half of it, so I get stuck in all these ridiculous angles. Yeah. Okay. Now it's time to make the enemies our player will have to dodge. Dun dun dun. Their behavior will not be very complex. Same. Mobs will spawn randomly at the edge of the screen, choose a random direction, and move in a straight line. We'll create a mob scene. Okay. So, can we create another scene here? To create a scene, you just need to nest nodes. Right? A scene is just a tree of nodes. Oh, wait, no. Click scene, new scene. You can define a scene as is. Just open a new tab. Oh! I'm very smart. UIs are my primary enemy. I hadn't noticed there was tabs. I was just like, yeah, it's all within one window. Why don't we just have each of these in a row and we click between them to separate them? This is better layout. No one asked me to design a UI. I swear, No, Diane, I mean, I guess we will by the end of this page. I'm just gonna call him Mob, just like Mob. And then we need to add the animation sprite node. So we have the 2D node, so we need animated sprite 2D, which needs to be configured, but that's expected. I remember that from last time. And then we need to have the collision shape 2D. Yeah. And that also needs to be configured pending the sprite. Oh, that shouldn't be nested like that. Can I click and drag? Yes, I can. Life is good. And then we also need the visible on screen notifier 2D. That one I've not heard of. That one might be adventure. Oh, this one has drop downs. Enabler? Ominous sounding. I finally got the character to collect experience. I forgot to add a line. It is how it always is. We need the UI to be stable. Okay, I will say, I feel like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 3 submenus, with 2 submenus, and then tabs to navigate between with, as well as the central input panel. That's so many little things on a screen. I would much rather you have like 2-3 windows where you have the structure of the thing you're operating in, the code window, and then the debugger that has a panel to do any of your like inspector input things. I know I am historically bad at navigating user interfaces. This was the most difficult part of the last 2 horror games I've played, but it is who I am. I don't know. See, Blender? I'm scared of Blender's UI. But I don't think that's a me issue. I think that's a Blender issue. I think I would do a worse job of dealing with it than the average person, but I don't think it's a nice time. Blender is scary. Turquoise speaking words of wisdom. I forgot that line. It is how it is. I like Blender's UI. Is this like a UI related Stockholm syndrome thing? Have you spent so much time there that it feels like home? Is this the thing? Yeah. What am I getting notified about? Oh, it's my own Go Live post. Okay. So, don't forget to set the children so they can't be selected like you did with the player scene. I don't remember what that means. Hi, Ducky. Where's your favorite cat? Can I say hello to them? I like cats. I'm having a good day as well, though, coincidentally to some cat. I hope you are too. Would you make 2D art? Turquoise art is very good. Turquoise, wow, brain's so big, draw so cool. I remember, I've known Turquoise for a while now. Oh, the passage of time. It's so strange to think. You're just like, oh yeah, that year, that was like 2 years ago. No, it was closer to a decade ago. Whoa! It is. I have sat next to Turquoise as they're doing like watercolor drawings, and you'll just like look away and you'll watch like a silly anime that's on the television, and then you'll look back and there'll just be art there. Whoa! There's me taking like 3 hours to draw a circle, and then Turquoise will have just painted a monster girl. It's miraculous. What kind of mirror? Rounders. Mouse. A squeaking mouse. If it squeaks like a mouse, if it has ears like a mouse, if the name says mouse librarian, then I'm a mouse. Oh. Good morning, Ben. You're all out to get me so many dimensions. You see, I'm conflicted because I have more experience with sculpting than I do with drawing, and so in the like sense of real world, I think from a technical perspective, I'm better at 3D art than 2D art. But it's terrifying, like doing that on a computer, visualizing that, keeping track of the things. Good evening, Ben. Wait, isn't it evening time for you? Or did you abandon time zones to make a cat pun? It's kind of respectable. Moose? I like meese. Moose meese? Meese moose. What's this? What's a plural for moose? Is it meese? Okay. Where do I go from here? I've lost my place. Okay. Oh, I have a gravity scale. I don't like gravity. It's moose? I'm always so perturbed by words whose singular and plural is the same. English is a diabolical language. Why is it set up like this? Just add an ES at the end. Mooses. singular moose. Life becomes so much easier. We don't want to get into a chips debate. It's diabolical. Moose are preyed on by orcas? The ocean creature? I have had very limited exposure to mooses. But I hadn't pictured them in my mind's eye overlapping in the areas where there were orcas. I don't know, I just thought of them as Canadian. And I don't think of there being orcas in Canada. I know they have big lakes, but they're not that big. What do you mean? We have a couple of those in Portugal too. Oh, in Portuguese too. Every language is evil. Moose like to dive to eat underwater grass. Some seaweed does taste good. I understand the moose on this front. They can swim? I want to look up a video of a moose swimming. 1 second, I'm getting thoroughly derailed. Don't advertise to me! Oh! That fellow is just meandering. Are they walking along the bottom? They're quite tall, or were they doing like a little breaststroke, front stroke situation? It would be very funny to me if this water is actually secretly like 4 inches deep and he's crawling on his knees. I don't have the capture set up so that I can show you the video, but camel can swim quite a bit too. Where do camel ever learn to swim? How do they? When does a camel encounter open water? I heard mooses are scary. Aren't moose like taller than most cars and people? Aren't they like 8 foot tall? And built like a rugby player that was an animal. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like they could win in a tug of war with a car. Maybe it's in just deserts? I know that's true, but I didn't think the camels naturally lived in the non-desertous areas. I thought they were like specifically from desert-based situations. I know since they're like domesticated, they'd be there occasionally, but that isn't me doing a vow. I'm aware of that. I just didn't think the the camels would live there. I think sloths are so cool. I feel like if I wasn't a mouse and I wasn't a magical girl, I feel like I could be a good sloth. You know, sleepy. Do sloths get distracted easily? I'm sure I could manifest that. Are tanks necessarily like hippos but less violence? Yeah. Yeah, they remind me of hippos. Hippos are scary. I saw a long time ago, I was at a safari thingamabob, and you have like oftentimes if you're staying somewhere at a safari-esque resort or in a city where there's tourist safaris things, to advertise it, they'll have screens showing live footage from the hotel to try and be like, ooh, animals, come visit us. And it works. The animals are really cool. But we were walking down the street and we were just sitting there watching us eating food, because you know, may as well. You sometimes get to see like the cheetahs and stuff eating food. But there was this person who was in an area that had been zoned off to add food to try and get the animals to come in so that people at the hotel watching could see it from the restaurant. And whilst he was there, he'd parked his car in the path leading between the areas, and a hippo was on that area, and it just like shoulder barged the car and knocked it over. It wasn't like a full car, it was like a buggy. But it just like clean shoulder barged it over. It's terrifying. Fun fact, hippos evolved from dolphins? Hippo evolved from dolphin? I love Googling a question about evolution and getting the least reliable diagram known to man. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna I'm trying to find, okay, now I want to find the worst dolphin to hippo diagram I can think of. Okay, that's a quest for after Steam. I won't get too distracted. But it literally looks like someone did the merge Pokemon effect, but on a hippo and a dolphin. Oh, incredible. Oh, Google is like, I guess so. Look at this photo here. Evolution's so cool. I need to get back to reading about the strange little plants that live at the bottom of the ocean. They're so cool. They're so poisonous. But they're poisonous in interesting ways. They're poisonous in different ways to the outside of ocean creatures. Okay, a big bite of noodle and then we continue. On one hand, I lament that it took until last year for me to be introduced to a lot of Vietnamese food. On the other hand, I'm so glad it happened. This one specific restaurant is one of my favorite places in this country. I'm so grateful it exists. Okay. Ocean poison is made with extra menacing intent. It's kind of crazy. I feel like proportionally the number of creatures that kill via poison in the ocean is significantly higher than on land. That might just be skewed by the ones I look at, or the ones that survived, or the scale of them, and maybe the insects don't get as much representation, and so mammals are just like low poison creatures. But it's kind of wild. It's a very silly surface level view, but you would think that being in water would make it harder to poison specific entities only, because it's a medium that more easily allows for diffusion than air, I would assume. I suppose it depends on the poison, but still. Back to terrifying matters of another kind, mobs. What are we doing? We need to implement gravity. Oh, that's scary. Okay. So... oh, we were back to don't forget to select the children node so they can't be selected. I can't remember how I did that. Let's look back to the previous page. I think that's gonna be on the first page now. Wow. Okay. Let me scroll. Ignore the warnings temporarily. I love to do that. I want to make sure we don't accidentally resize them whilst clicking on them. Select the node and then click on the lock. Oh. Where's the lock? Its tooltip says group selected. Wait. Once again, there are 20,000 UIs. Is it here? No. It seems like it would be here. Where's this little symbol thingamajig? Like most ground animals with camouflage have no poison, and there's the one fish that mimics the perfect rock with a stupid deadly poison. Yeah, it's also the amount of creatures that ingest the poison of other sea creatures and then can neutralize it and apply it to other creatures, and that's how they hunt. Terrifying. Can I share a YouTube video about ocean animals? Oh yeah, that'd be super cool. Oh, it would need to be in the Discord since links are disabled in the chat. Just as a heads up. 2D on the top of the screen. Oh. Yep. Oh, no. Lock? Unlock? Lock. That's counterintuitive. There we go. There's a snake that does that, and a few animals with both poison and venom. I remember learning the difference between poison and venom. I was so bamboozled. Oh, very impressive. One day I really hope we get a book club non-fiction book about archaeology and how ecologists have worked backwards and discovered missing link species and last point species and all that jazz, because it's so interesting. Thank you, Snickle. I have discovered the thing. There's too many windows. Another 5 UIs. I'm a simple mouse. Give me give me something. Give me like one thing to write in and an error readout area. That's all I need. I'd rather do things the long-handed way and do clumsy reference to pick up objects. I don't know. Okay, select the mob node and set its gravity scale property in the rigid 2D body section. The rigid 2D body section. Is it in physics interpolation? No? Wait. Maybe in smooth whilst I'm locating this. Just beneath the rigid 2D body. That makes it sound like it's the rigid 2D. No, it's the mob itself you need to define the gravity on, right? You're still filtering at the top bar. You'll see the little mob written in the filter bar. Huh? Oh, hi Kaishima, are you a fox? Oh no, I'm a mouse. I'm a mouse. House mouse. Humanish house mouse. Benya was supposed to be a rigid body 2D node. Oh, what type of node have I defined it as? Can I retcon that? It's unsaved. We stopped again. No, don't save. Other node. Change type? No. We want a rigid body 2D. There we go. But don't express blur in response to me having stream delay when I'm being forced to use window capture. Window capture is my enemy. The this is the origin of all scuff and being stressed on stream. I've got to have like a 20-second delay. Okay. And then we have... Why do you have an exclamation mark? Okay, wait a second and I'll give it shape. Impatient. We need the collision shape 2D. And we need the mystery one, which is the visible on-screen notifier 2D. So, why change things when you can restart from scratch? Look, I wasn't aware that it was capable of changing it, and it has been less than 2 minutes and we are back to where we were before, and I consider that pretty speedy. I didn't know if that was like a fundamental property you couldn't change, Anna. That's the type of thing that you don't know when you're first starting, because some things are like, no, this is set in stone. If you change this, the world ends. And then other times it's like, oh no, skeletons are flexible, you can swap out and get new elbows, I don't know. Okay, so select the 2D body, and then gravity scale. In the edition, under the collision object, oh, here we are. The gravity scale property in the rigid tube body, set it to 0. Does it go negative? Oh, it does. That's spicy. Okay. Uh-oh. Accidentally clicked on another option, but I think that's okay. So, we've made it so the gravity doesn't have an effect on it. Now, what's next? We need to, in addition, under the collision object 2D section, beneath the rigid body 2D section, expand the collision grip and uncheck the one inside the mask property. This will ensure that the mobs do not collide with each other. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense as something you would need to swap out. Set up the animated 2D sprite like you did the player. Well, I think I may remember this. We'll find out. Do I remember this? We'll find out. Animation, player, enemy walking. There's enemy swimming. Futuristic technology. Oh, we want to start with flying. That's already pretty advanced. Okay. This time you have 3 animations: fly, swim, and walk. There are 2 images for each animation in the art folder. Okay. Is it correct that I drag this across, or am I feel like there's a step before this that I have forgotten. I'm gonna go back and double check. I'm sorry I'm doing a lot of going back and forth, but I don't want to mess something up by being like, yeah, I remember, and then I do not remember. Okay, I must be on the previous one from this. Aha! Okay. Animated sprite, and then you have the animation, sprite frames, new sprite frames, and then click on sprite frames. You just opened to open the sprite frames panel. Ah, there we are. Okay. And now we can add them in. Can I drop and drag, or do I have to do it? Oh, let me just read it. I'm being presumptuous. On the left is select animations, click the default one and rename it to walk. Yeah, we have a walk one here. Then click add animation, is that this? Yeah. To create a second animation named up, I'm gonna name this one swim. No capitalization here, and I'm gonna name this one fly, and hope that I've labeled these correctly based off what they are. Find the player images in the file doc, they're in the art folder. Okay. Add frame from file. Art. We're on walk. Enemy swimming, enemy walking. Let's start with enemy walk 1. And then add enemy walk 2. Yes. Enemy swim 1. And can you add 2 at once? I'm gonna select them in the right order to make sure they don't swap around and cause me confusion. There we go. Let me double check on the player base. Up. Okay, yeah, I think that's set up correctly. Oh, I should save it. And mob. That way I don't have to spell enemy wrong on the internet. Okay. I believe tentatively that that's what I wanted me to remember from last time. If there's another step, I can always swap back. I do wish the movement buttons were on the top as well as the bottom. Just like a little navigation thing to make my life a smidgen easier. Hey, look, exactly like in the image. Okay. Oh, I even did it in the right order. Look at me go. You can then use the play animation buttons. They wobble. Wobble wobble. We'll select one of these animations randomly so the mobs will have some variety. Oh, that's fun. Like the player images, these mobs images need to be scaled down. And set the animated sprites scale property to 0.75. 0.75. I'm assuming that's under transform? Yep. Yeah. So, as in the player scene, add a capsule shape to the collision. Oh, to the collision shape 2D. Nice. So, which one do we think matches it the most? To align the shape of the image, you'll need to set the rotation property to 90 under the transform inspector. Oh. Transform? No. Is it under the transform inspector? That feels not specific to the collision shape, which I worry about, but maybe I've interpreted that correctly. Okay, and now time to the script. It feels a little bit strange that you have one shared script for each of the separate scenes, but maybe I'm just too used to like Python SQL style jobs where you have a bunch of separate scripts which reference each other and run in series kind of thing. maybe my mind is skewed. Okay. Extends is an ominous keyword, I'm gonna be honest. Extends is rigid body 2D. Okay. Wait. Add that in here. The fact that it isn't auto-filling makes me a bit nervous, but here I am. It's case sensitive, right? Maybe? Yes, it is. Oh, grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay. So now we need to add to the ready function. Now let's look at the rest of the script. In ready, we play the animation and add a randomly choose one of the 3 animation types. Wait. It's separate scripts. Why is... This is what I'm confused by, because I expected it to be separate script, but when I am in the mob window and I go to the script, it just goes to the same one from the previous object. You have to select the rigid body and then click the paper next to the filtered bar. Next to the filter bar. Oh. This? Aha! Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was absolutely bamboozled of how you were going to do that separately for them. Okay, nice. I was just like, surely it all doesn't stack into one. That's going to be so confusing. Did I do that right above the tree node? I think I found it. The delay is once again getting me. So, in the tradition ready, then the mob types. Oh yeah, because we need to establish the array for the different informations. Array. We did it, let's go! Oh no, I'm gonna have to scroll. The inconvenience. Sprite frames. Animation. Oh. I'm having to type it all out? Oh, that's evil. There's a 5% chance I haven't made a typo, I'm gonna be honest. Let me skedoodle the instruction capture over here since this bit's a little bit longer this time. Aww. Can you add an empty line? Honestly, very fair. Yeah. Wait, no. Okay. Pretty please, die. I like nice formatting. You see, I have the issue of... It happens to be the case in my work that we don't really have a standardized best practice for formatting. And so I will look at my SQL and go, oh, that's pretty. I'll look at my Python and go, that's acceptable. And then I'll look at my coworkers' stuff and go, I mean it's orderly, but I have no idea why you would choose to order it like that. It's worse for SQL than with Python, because with Python you have the forced indentation, and so it matters. You kind of have to have some degree of consistency. But with SQL, you can go absolutely crazy. It always has to be 2 lines between functions, all this stuff. What's the practice I do? I don't know if I have like a set one I use for Python. With SQL, it tends to be the case that unless I'm doing some CT nonsense, I tend to use single lines to separate nested joins and to separate the like select portion of the statement from the sourcing statement. And so if you're doing a join that's some convoluted nesting thing, I'll do 2 lines either side of that just to separate it out to make it easier to find. But other than that, I don't do many lines of separation. But like, SQL, sometimes it's chill. I do separate out and do like nice indentation on my case statements and my like conditional statements. Yeah. If I do like a lag statement, it's all indented nicely. Get separate lines of everything to help me be less confused. I graded people's code in uni and some people don't even indent code consistently. But sometimes, because the first like coding language I learned, there was an R or MATLAB. No one tell any of my employers or prospective employers that I know MATLAB. I refused to put it on my CV. I hated that language. Because they were kind of focused on the statistics, the first time I learned something that had a broader reach, I suppose, at least in the way I was taught, it was Python. And so I never considered not consistently indenting things. That was just, I don't know. I did lose like a whole grade's worth of mark on one assignment, like 11 marks for what was described as excessive use of loops, which they weren't incorrect, but my code worked. And I know people whose code didn't work who got a higher score than me. Don't ask how long it took to run, but it worked. It was a valid solution. Computational efficiency wasn't anywhere in the question criteria. I just yeah, it was nice. The same file would have different functions formatted differently? Oh, that is upsetting. Yeah, that's quite upsetting. So, have I typed that correctly? We'll find out in the future. Now we need to do animation. Yes, picked a random. I see you exist in every form of life. Oh, that was in the right key. That was in the right key again. And then that should be fine. Yeah. First we get a list of the animation names from the Animated Sprite 2D's Sprite Frames property. This returns an array containing the 3 names walk, swim, fly. Woo! In the GD script code, we use the array pick random method to select one of these animated names at random. Meanwhile, in the C# code, we don't think about that because I don't like C-langs. I did one class in C at uni. I got a good grade. I don't think I learned anything. That class was such nonsense. Imagine having a multiple choice question, like assignment on a programming class. Like you could have just asked me to write something and submitted it and then got me to run it on my device in like a environment and check that it worked. But no, I did like 2 multiple choice quizzes, 2 pieces of work. It was ridiculous. Finally, we call play to start playing the chosen animation. That makes sense. The last piece is to make the mobs delete themselves once they leave the screen. That sounds so harsh. I don't know why. Poor little mob. It's their job to be evil. It's all we born them here for, and now we've got to delete them? Last piece is to make the mobs disappear. The signal. Oh, I need to add the visible screen notifier. Yep. That makes sense for what that's for. Okay. Oh, do I remember how to do this? I started doing this a second ago. It's the same thing as we did for here. If I click on this... Oh! Take me back, I don't know what this is. Thank you. Oh, hi Nels! How are you doing? How's your day been going? Oh, hi Sana as well! Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you've had a good day too. On my intro to comp sci class, I had to write C code on paper. I have had to do that before. I had to do that with R for some of my maths assignments because back in my day, in my first year of uni, we would have to post our assignments into a little pigeon box, which meant that I had to be on campus to submit assignments at 10 AM. Was not chuffed about that, even if I didn't have any lectures that morning. And so you'd have to submit your little document. Assembly on paper? Were they trying to get lower numbers of computer science students? Why were they doing that to you? Did they think this was the best way forwards? Those were the good times? We have a different perception of a good time. You had to write pseudocode? I have largely avoided pseudocode, I think, which I'm quite grateful for. Okay, let me go back to mob. Do I remember where to do this? I'm gonna check on the previous page. I'm so sleepy, I'm having to refer back to things so many times. Apologies. Foolish mouse planning to do complicated shenanigans in the day before I have to also think. Aha! It's in the node tab, that's why I couldn't find it. Too many tabs. I ring my little non-existent bell of complicated UI. Just give me one terminal. I'd rather do assembly than pseudocode. I have never tried assembly, but I think I'm with you on that. Part of me is like, oh, trying something once is worth it for the learning experience when it comes to like an approach for learning. Pseudocode just seems like a bad idea. It doesn't seem fun. Assembly is really easy. I don't know much about him. I feel like this is gonna sound silly, but I just have an innate fear of low-level languages because I don't really know any to any like high degree, and so I'm just like, oh gosh, that must be complicated. I don't think I'd understand it, and I don't think that's fair to myself. But I don't know. I have like artificial fear of them. I've gone so long knowing a bunch of statistical and database and high-level languages stuffs that I'm like, oh, I'm not equipped for low-level shenanigans. Roller Coaster Tycoon is coded entirely in assembly. Maybe. Why? That's very cool. But how old is Roller Coaster Tycoon? I feel like regardless of how old it is, what are the languages that were fit for the project more so than assembly? Do they give you an insert containing each opcode does? Wait. Oh, like, I feel like maybe. I feel like I see a thousand different. Maybe Roller Coaster Tycoon is just a crazy place, but I feel like the way I've seen people play that game. My brain soup. Don't ask me what the end of the sentence was, it's fine now. We're getting back to godot. This is what I get for trying to do 3 things in one day. I am a 2 social gathering a day kind of mouse, and streaming counts as a social gathering. Okay. 2001? Ooh. Oh yeah, I see it on people's stream schedule every now and then. It seems hazardous. I see a lot of people building unsafe roller coasters. Okay, so we need to, under the collision object section, expand the collision group, check the mask, we've done that bit. Now that we've added the walk thingamabob fly, I believe we've done this bit, yep. The screen exited signal. Which section does it say that under? This one? Connect that to rigid body 2D? Yep. Oh, nice. Look at us go. Q3 is a function that essentially frees or deletes the node at the end of frame. That feels like a strange naming convention for that, but I will accept that it is true. Why do we have an extra line there? Oh, it's because there was an extra one under the indent. There we go. There's a nice coding puzzle game with pseudo assembly lang. Wait, which one? Which one? There's a few of those kind of pseudo coding puzzle games that I've had on my in my Steam library for ages, but I've been scared to try on stream because I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be too good at them. This completes the mob scene. TIS 100? Oh wait, I do have that one. Would that be a fun one to do on stream? Is this done? Do we run it? I feel like this doesn't complete the mob scene. I feel like there's nothing to determine how the mobs spawn in. Okay, let's go to the next section, which I'm assuming is we'll bring them together into the scene. There we go. We'll make enemies spawn randomly around the game board and move forwards, turning our project into a playable game. That's exciting, isn't it? Okay. How long is this section? We'll get to at least spawning mobs today. I'm not sure if I have the brain cells to do all of this segment. Apologies. I like playing it. Could be nice for stream. Okie dokie. Oh, wait. Mouse brain, 1 second. I'm adding things to my to-do list. There you go. Why am I getting lulled at? Is this because I said I've lost some of my brain cells or another parallel statement? I feel like I've said my brain is soup enough that this should just be part of the like daily Dinya vernacular. Is that the right word? I think it is. Once again, apologies for making the screen flash with minimizing out of windows. I only have 2 monitors. I always forget the going to like the start bar to click on a window if you have more to click on a program. If you have more than 2 windows of that program open, it minimizes all the screens to show where they would be. That irks me. I wish you could disable that. I feel like that's a Windows 11 thing. I don't think it is, but I'd like to blame it on Windows 11. The main game scene. Now it's time to bring everything together into a playable game scene. Create a new scene and add a new node named main? That's decisive language. The main reason we're using... What kind of node do you want for this? Just node? Ooh. Oh, did I not name it? Oh. Yeah, just like soup, just like soup. We're using node instead of node2d because this node will be a container for handling the game logic. It does not require the 2D functionality itself. That kind of makes sense. Okay. Click the instance button, represented by the chain link icon, and select the player. Base 1 Xun, the one that was built correctly. Now add the following nodes as children of main and add them as shown. Does it not show me them in a handy little UI diagram? No. Oh, that's mean. Okay. So we need timer. Named mob timer. Why do you insist on doing? I'm not doing camel type. I can read lower letters. Score timer. Another timer? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Start timer. And then a marker 2D. I don't think we've used that one yet. Once again, accidentally put it as a something because I forgot to click off. Start position. Position. Okay. Set the wait time property of each time node as follows. Oh. Mob timer, you want 0.5. Score timer 1, so that's as defined at start. And start timer you want 2. Okay. In addition, set the one-shot property of the start timer to on. I'm assuming that's a run on startup or run on reset of function thingy. Oh, I should probably skedoodle the little window over now that we're back to using that portion a bit. Sorry about that. Trying to hold the windows open for a second before I click back into them to make it less of a flashbang. I don't know if it works. Okay. One day I'll get my new monitor set up and life will be easier. But in the meantime... Okay, so set the wait timer up. The one-shot property is start timer to on. The position of the start timer position to 240, 450. Where would that be? Transform? No. At the position of the start position node, I would expect this to just be one of the menu options. This is written as if it's just a menu interface thing and not something you write in code, unless I've misinterpreted. Am I being brain smooth? Almost certainly. It's the transform position, is it? Oh, Mom. The menu which I opened said, is it this? No. Okay. 450. A little soup then, yeah. Okay. So does that automatically start the first map? Wait. Start position? Oh! Okay. I guess we see how it relates. I'm assuming that starts us at the center of the map rather than in the top corner. I'm gonna have a smidgen more caffeine because I want to finish this little bit and I feel like my brain is too fuzzy to do that at present. The main node will be spawning new mobs, and we want them to appear at random location at the edge of the screen. Click the main node in the screen dock and then add a child path 2D node named mob path. Okay. So path 2D. Mob path. When you select the path 2D, you will see some new buttons, more buttons. Wait, where are those? Where are those? I'm gonna save this. Yeah, sure. I feel like the UI that's shown in the little capture here isn't reflective of the UI that I have. I know that the demo isn't on the currently live version of Godot, so that might be why, but it is a bit discombobulating. Oh, am I on the wrong map again? There we go. Okay. I keep forgetting to go back to the map. I like the script. It feels like home. Don't know what this is. This is weird. Ooh. Look, it's player base. Sorry, I must seem like I'm going mad to those who know what they're doing. Select the middle one? That's an very imprecise description. Add point. And draw the path by clicking. Draw the path by clicking to add points in the corners as shown. Am I supposed to have corners? Have I done this in the wrong window? Am I supposed to... Have I not scrolled out far enough? No, that's far enough. Have I scrolled out too far? Yes, I have. I'm scared I'm not gonna click precisely enough. I hope it clicks. Oh wait. Could you restart your little loop again? 1, 2. Nice. Uh-oh. 3. Please. Oh. Did it auto do the other ones? I think it might have. Gonna click here just to be sure. And then do we need to click here to... 5 is on this line. Close curve. Okay. Clockwise order. Your mobs will spawn pointing outwards instead of inwards. Okay. That makes sense as something that could go wrong. After placing point 4 in the image, click the close curve button and your curve will be complete. Now that the path is designed, add a path follow 2D node. That doesn't feel like a path, but I'll believe you. That feels like the domain for a path, but maybe that's what a path is in the world. Mob spawn location. This node will automatically rotate and follow the path as it moves, so we can use it to select a random position directed along the path. That's very smart of it. That feels very sophisticated. Am I being silly? That feels pretty convoluted. Your scene should look like this. Oh, it should be a subpath. There we go. Add the script to main. Nice. At the top of the script, we use explore the mob scene packed scene to allow us to choose the mob scene you want to instance. I have CPU, it's gonna take me 10 seconds to parse that sentence, but I think it makes sense. Yep. I'm doing my villaginizers. What do I think? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I am marginally too sleepy to finish this up today without it becoming less fun than it could be by the end of it. And I feel a bit dramatic saying that, but I used up more brain cells than I anticipated today, and so that is more planning, my poor planning that I must apologize for. But on the plus side, that means we get another godot stream, probably the week after next. In exchange for not finishing this today, I offer you more future godot mouse. Why am I getting little there? You can fairly state that I should have assumed that I would be sleepy. However, look, I put up curtains today. That's exciting. Hell yeah, yeah. We'll see. Because I'm gonna swap scenes just because, on principle, I dislike window capture, and so I don't want to be here if I can avoid it. Let's hop over to here. Isn't that so nice? No window capture to be seen. Using a fixed brain cells is tiring, that's why I left mine at home? Yeah. But it's cool, it's for future projecting that you should all be excited for. This is like multiple months away future project, but you know, yapping about books is cool and fun. Hehehehe. Scheming, future mouse. But yes, using up extra brain cells is a hazardous endeavor. What happens if you need to stream and you need to imply formal logic, and the only things you can remember are the little Pedro Pay raccoon? I didn't even get the lyrics right to his dance with maybe 3 words, but here we are. I hope everyone had a fun stream. I know it was a little bit shorter than usual, but as yapped about, whenever I'm doing something on stream, it is many brain cell. many brain cell. So I hope it was fun. I'm not gonna make any promises, for I am busy mouse, but I'm going to try my best to maybe on stream or maybe in Discord. I might hang out and do it on Discord one day and draw some of the sprites so we can have the mouse specific graphics for the little thingy bob. Force of habit? Oh no, don't worry, I am getting ready to raid over. I'm just yapping. I think I'm equipped to yap, I'm just not equipped to have thoughts, which is alarming because you would think if someone were to talk on the internet with the intention to record it in an easily accessible YouTube video for time to come, they would think before they spoke. It's not stopped me yet. Anyone else? Dr. Time series? Time series are so fun! I love time series! This is partially because the time series exam I had in third year of uni was just, I had 8 winter exams because I was doing extra credits so I could do my masters in a year the next year, and it was the only one that gave me coursework, and so it wasn't 100% exam, and so I love time series on principle. They let me do up to 40% coursework. That was so much nicer. Daniel sometimes scares me. What do you mean? I'm not scary. Why would I be scary? Is it the gap way of I say silly things continuously and then sometimes inadvertently infer that I have had complicated thoughts and understandings of the past and I just lost them? Too smart? I disagree. Y'all watched me think of the myriad of mistakes I have made during Godot today. Think of all the silly brain. There is potential to do smart, but also, I don't know. Oh, let me lean out of the way of the little notification. Gotta get the full effect of the pets for Phantom. Thank you. Oh? That stuck around for a while. Maybe I need to mess with the settings for that. I don't know. Sometimes... Okay, this is gonna sound silly. Sometimes I feel like if you talk about an interest in a STEM field, particularly maths, I feel less so with computer science and coding because a lot of the online community surrounding computer science and programming is very post-ironic, but with regards to maths, physics, engineering, etc., if you talk about them even earnestly, it can seem kind of like almost as if it's like a flex. This may be the fact that a lot of people who talk about the subjects on the internet maybe aren't communicating in the most nuanced and intentional ways of how they're presenting their ideas. But I don't know. I like math. I think it's cool and fun. I think math gets a bad rep because it's taught in very silly ways, and this is my little hill. Oh hi Silver Lining. Apologies, I fear we are getting ready to rumble. We're having like a 10-15 minute yap before we end stream, I think. Too many ways to analyze them? Okay, that's kind of fair. The two scary things which I find whenever I need to do analysis or statistics of work is I have unclean data. I can't clean it completely without distorting the data and potentially misrepresenting it, and so I need to choose which areas to remove noise in because I don't have a good enough data set to remove the noise completely. And then now that I've done that, I don't have like a handy table with like 11 columns to do my nice little regression correlation function on. I've got too many. What do I pick to look at? It's so bamboozling. I don't know. I kind of wish the more classes at uni or more practice classes when introducing ideas discussed more about the complexity of the inelegance of real-world business applications of data rather than just adding more and more math theory to things, because that makes sense within the context of a maths degree. But if I'm doing, like, I regularly go through and just redo online tutorials of learning to code. I like watching along quite a lot of the American universities. I forget what they're called. Is it the Ivy League ones? Will have public lecture series. I like watching back the lectures of areas that I already know about when I'm like cooking or if I'm doing low intensity work, like making stream thumbnails, etc. So it's something that's engaging, but probably doesn't need my full attention because it's a concept I'm already familiar with to some extent. But I don't know. I've kind of forgotten where I started this point. Oh, but I feel like oftentimes when you are outside of that academic specific area where you are not just testing for mathematical understanding of statistical concepts and you're just testing on analysis ability, I feel like they should add more noise to the data and they should add picking out which points to analyze rather than adding more complex mathematical properties, because realistically you don't do most of the fun maths at work. You just have bad data. You don't get to do fun maths, you just have to clean data. Having more practical classes with realistic data would be great. Yeah, and it's not like it would be difficult to do. There's so many companies who you can like pretty readily get, even if it's just specific to you, like you can, I believe you can get quite a lot of interesting listening data from the Spotify API as an example. You could just get students to pull from that or something to like be like, use this 30-day free trial and then pull it back and use that as the analysis basis. And I know that's not going to be messy in the way the real business data is, but compared to the like ridiculously small data sets you get in exam or academic backgrounds, it's silly. I remember when I started work and I was like, oh, okay, so this schema has like 80 tables in. Okay, that makes sense. It's going to take me a few months of working here to get to know these. Oh, these are just the snapshot tables. Okay. we have oh, more. The scale of it is just completely separated from how you learn it in an academic environment. And I know, like, part of that's natural, but I wish at least for some questions, they tried to emulate some of that complexity. That and UIs. The most difficult part about my first week of work was figuring out how to use Databricks. All my homies grumble about Azure Data Factory. Steam has a lot of their data available. I remember doing a group project on it during uni. Wait, that'd be so fun! I might, if I do that on Steam, are people gonna shame me for how much time I've spent playing Slay the Spire? Not all of those hours are real hours. Some of them are because my old laptop, Intel Inside laptop, was so slow it would regularly take 40 plus minutes to turn on, and so I just wouldn't turn it off. And in a similar fashion, it would take 20 plus minutes to boot up Slay the Spire, but it would run fine once it was opened, and so I would just leave Slay the Spire open and minimized unless I wanted to play something else or was needing to do like our homework or assignments on it. At least 1,000 of the hours are real though, I'm going to accept them. Oh hi Ray! Waiting for Godot by Beckett? Wait, is this a song? Whoa, are we gonna have a new Godot background music? It's a book? Ooh! I like books, let me look a book, let me look a book. Hello, how are you doing? How has your day been going? I think it being a weekend has made me lose my passage of time. Was it today or yesterday you streamed? I can't remember. I hope it went well. I've been sleeping all day. Very respectable. I'm slightly envious of you, honestly. I'm looking forward to sleeping all night. That's going to be my compromise. Although I do have to wake up relatively early tomorrow. Cooler than unusual. But yeah. Where was my tangent going? Just because I talk about maths sometimes doesn't mean I'm smart. I'm silly. I would like to present the evidence of everything I've ever said on the internet. I just like group theory and metric number theory, not the big measure theory. I would love to like Lebesgue measure theory, but I'm not equipped with that amount of brain cells. I need to no longer have insomnia to understand Lebesgue measure theory. I genuinely... You learn to kind of take a step back and go, oh, I'm confused by this. I'm going to try again after doing some more examples. No. I'm... I need to recover from insomnia, eat 3 meals a day, eat 9 fruits and veggies a day, have a healthy gut microbiome, work out 4 times a week in order to understand Lebesgue measure theory. There's no other way. I've got to have every brain cell available in full operation. I've got to be hydrated. It's not happening otherwise. It's every other subject at uni, I felt like if I put in more time, I could understand the theory, or I understood it in part, and I just sometimes wouldn't see the steps of what to apply for a question, but I could talk through and explain the theories and the actual lecture content to someone else in my class. Lebesgue theory. How on earth my friend did their master's dissertation on it, I will never understand. I'm also going to be grumpy at them for tricking me to doing a module on it because they said it was fun. That was a scary class. I'll take all day for calculus any day? Yeah, I think I agree with that. I do think I agree with that. I prefer like field and group theory to calculus, especially because I didn't do much applied at uni. After first year, the only applied classes I did were statistics. Yeah. Technically the MATLAB class I did was in applied. But no gym tomorrow, nothing else I should do. I shall no life Hollow Knight. Ooh. Oh, this is exciting. I was playing some more of Crypt of the Necrodancer. I couldn't remember the first word. I was like, it's not Dance of the Necrodancer. The dance word is at the end. Crypt of the Necrodancer. I was playing some more of it off stream, and I managed to beat the boss on like floor 3.5. I managed to beat stage 1, so I've unlocked stage 2. Which on one hand I feel like I've cheated you all out of something by doing that off stream. On the other hand, I'm just kind of proud of myself. Because I watched back some of the VOD and I started off being really bad at that game. And now I'm not great, but I am good enough to beat the first boss, and I will take that as a win. You take them where you find them. Alright, I'm gonna be lurking. Oh, that's very fair, that's very fair. Thank you for the luckily. I often used to think about potentially doing like maths on stream, not in the sense of me doing questions, but there's a lot of times where games trick you into doing maths. Like we were joking about it with combinatorics and puzzle games earlier, but I feel like it could be kind of fun to finish a game and then go through the maths that you're tricked into doing it and explaining the kind of formal logic behind it outside of the intuitive way that people figure out as they play the game. I don't know. It's a bit scary doing educational content on the internet because even if you're approaching it in quite a jovial way in creating it, you are in some extent inferring that you are an authority on that thing. And although I feel moderately qualified in maths, I have at least 2 pieces of paper relating to it. There are people who are much higher authorities on it than me, and so it's a bit scary to do. But I think it might be fun. Fun might be the wrong word. I feel like if I were to tell someone, hi, you're choosing to watch a twitch.tv stream in your free time, Uno reverse, you're learning maths, they wouldn't be overjoyed by the end of the sentence. Rhythm gaming's scary. I've never actually played a rhythm game before. One time I tried to play one of those like big rhythm game arcade machines where you have to like tap on things. I was very bad at it. I'll let you teach me maths if you let me teach you Blender. I propose imagine I'm doing the little like fingers, the bridge, the spindle fingers, the branch arch thing. I propose I teach you maths in exchange for I do more godot. I think this is a good deal. I think this is a very good deal. Dance Dance Revolution? I don't think so. It was... Leo was there, Leo will know. He saw it and was super excited because it was a Japanese arcade game. Sakura, my favorite rhythm game. I'm scared of Sakura. I don't know why. I think I saw a diagram once talking about Souls-like games, and people were just like, yeah, it's harder than Lies of P. And I was like, oh, that game beat me up repeatedly, so that sounds difficult. Talking about Lies of P, I was watching some people stream it over the course of the last few weeks, and on one hand, I kind of miss playing it. On another hand, I have a controller now, so I could finally try playing Souls-like not on mouse and keyboard, and I feel like that would make me maybe 10% less bad. Which is big gains, I think. If you could do something to be 10% less bad in most skills, that's a pretty dramatic development. But also, watching other people, I tweeted about this earlier, but it made me realize that my inability to perfect dodge wasn't just indicative of the player base. I was just like, oh, I can do the partial dodges most of the time, but the perfect dodges are impossible. That must just be for speedrunners. No, I'm just kind of bad. Usually, people quit Sekiro on like the second mini boss. It's scary. Doom's my one? A Christian rhythm game. What even is a Christian rhythm game? Is it a game where the background music is like choral chanting? I wish I could do a like 35-day focus to get 10% better, like in Hearts of Iron 4. I mean, yeah. What would I like to get 10% better at? I feel like it makes sense to pick something that you already have a significant level of skill in. Is it ridiculous to say I might pick typing? I make so many typos. I don't know how. SQL? I feel like I'd rather have better database architecture understanding than get better at SQL. Because there are people who are better at SQL than me. Many, many people. But I feel like those people, more so than knowing more SQL itself as a language, know more about the architecture it's within and the practices for efficiency. Every time someone tells me I played a bit of Sekiro but I never beat it, I always go ogre, and the answer is yes, that stupid thing. Aww. The Steam Rhythm game is a game where you murder demons to the beats of Argent. I'm dyslexia and to the beats of metal. I can't read that word, I've gotten sleepy, I'm not wearing glasses. Metal Hellslinger? That's kinda cool. I saw a bit of Hellslinger, sounds fun to play. What game do I want to play? There's so many games I want to play. One thing which I've been thinking about is like a general stream structure shenanigan, is I know a lot of people, when they play a game, they pick a game and they play it like half the streams each week for several weeks. And I feel like that doesn't really work for me because I think I'd probably get burnt out of any game that I played in that way relatively quickly. But also, I don't know. It's not what I've really set the precedent of stream being, and because of that I have a lot of ongoing games that I feel like it wouldn't work well for. But there's some bigger games that I want to play someday that I don't know how else I would play through them without having to just plan like years, not months down the line to finish them all. maybe I just try and save up my energy and maybe go back to doing like 4 streams a week, but have one of them be a weekend stream that's back to the like 7 or 8 hour mark, and get through games faster that way by doing it in a big sprint, big game sprint. Especially since someone wrote one of the songs of the game. Oh, mouse gaming. Mice always gaming. Very pressing buttons, very... Yes. Oh, that's a thing. I'm reminded once again by Crypt of the Necrodancer that I do enjoy playing games that are, I would say, have more of a mechanical focus. Obviously, it's not all like... There are components outside of pressing the buttons at correct times, but it's a more significant portion of the game than most of the games I normally play on stream. I do enjoy them, but it is the case that I just get very locked in and forget to yap. And so I feel a bit bad about that. I don't really know how to yap whilst playing games that have a significant continuous mechanical demand. I was thinking about it because I'd like to play more Necrodancer when I get a bit better at it. Maybe try and do a multiplayer thing involved with it, especially since there's the Necrodancer, which wait, let me be excited about it. Do I have a window that I can show it from? No. Well, Veilsun did a really cool mod for Crypt of the Necrodancer so that the player character's me, but a cat. Not canon Denya. Rogue imposter Denya. But still very cool. And so I want to do another stream again of it at some point. Maybe a multiplayer collab where I use the little sprite thing. I saw that this morning and I was so excited about it. I was just like, what? I haven't tried it yet. I was thinking if I get some time after stream to wind down before I do the dishes. Ooh, dishes, worst chore known to man or mouse. Then I would try playing it a little bit. I'm very excited. That's so cool. I like to imagine. I don't know. I know a few people who've played quite a lot of Crypt of the Necrodancer, and so I like to imagine a world where I can just be like, play with this mod, and then I get to see a screen where a little mythical cat Denya is doing a really good job at clicking in time with things, and I get to imagine that's me. And in a sense it is, but it's not me pressing the buttons. For D chess, I'm pulling a Ludwig. But yeah, Pokemon indeed. Very good, very cool. Oh, hello, is it Sunsy? I hope you're having a good day. Hi. But yeah, that was very exciting. I do want to play more Necrodancer, but I think it'd be nice if next time I try and do the multiplayer thing. I don't fully know how multiplayer works, so I may have to have a look around at some examples of how people have done it in the past. But I think that'd be a fun way to make it a variation of the first stream where I just tried it. Can you zoom out? I can. I believe my reference sheet is also pinned in oh wait, I'm using the wrong version of my model. I don't have my socks on. Exposed ankle. But I believe that I'm so tiny like this. Which part of the outfit is it? Shame? Is it the sleeves? Look, they're cool. Big jumper, comfy jumper. Hehe. I'm gonna struggle to become the right size again now, but I'm gonna try my best. Is this the mouse? Why am I looking at a monitor that has delay on it? This is the mouse. There we go. Maybe I should... I don't look that comedically giant, do I? I feel like some VTubers are just perpetually this size. Maybe I should take up more of the stream space, you know? Just geometrically take up more of the pixels. Establish mouse authority by keeping all the pixels under my domain. Right size is gigantic? Wait, are you saying that I'm not to scale? I think I'm very tall. Look how tall I am compared to all of the little couplets. Take up all the pixels? I'm monopolizing the pixels. Give them to me. I'm in charge. I get all the pixels. Wahahaha. What do you call a book that librarians used to record when people rent out books? It would be a ledger of some kind, unless is this a riddle? I have a database, I'm afraid. We could have seen that coming. Oh no, too much cheese? I would speculate not too much cheese. There is such a thing as too much cheese, but it's a big amount, and it's often like not enough bread rather than too much cheese. You know? Wait, can I be bigger? Oh, that's strange. That's too close. That feels. I feel like I'm in your personal space there. That feels weird. What if one of you has like a giant monitor and I'm like 8 foot big if extended to scale like that? That's not high. Mouse uses an ancient term as a ledger that zaps people who've gone overdue. No, I wish I could be more harsh on people. No, I wish I could be more correctly grumpy when people return overdue books, because I don't think anyone's maliciously returning a book late. But it does inconvenience me. Hopefully I can force my Altron to make this fight soon. Wait, am I zapping people with a laser? I'm scary. It will be a good... Oh my gosh. You see, I don't remember all my memories from when I was a little mouse, but apparently when I was pure mouse I was scary. Someone put Denya on a giant flat screen? I mean, we kind of had that in the Yuto and Kai put me on a giant flat screen in Minecraft. So when they were playing Minecraft, I think when I had my debut stream, they set it up so they did a connection. So they built a TV and modded Minecraft and had my stream play on it, and like sat in Minecraft and watched it. It was so cool. I've got the screenshot of it saved that they sent me. It made me very happy to see that. What kind of counts, eh? That was cute. I will say, it sounds a bit dramatic. They did use it for many other things. They just happened to demonstrate it by watching me yap. I watched back my debut stream recently, and I spent like 90% of the time, let me skedoodle upwards, just like this, just with my toes out. It was just my toes and Val going, I see toes! And me getting overwhelmed by notifications. I need to remember to swap to the sock version. This is what you get for naming all of your live 2D files Denya with varying numbers of A at the end, and not deleting the test models after they're not in use. Do librarians check the books after return, or can I just leave money in them for the next reader? I mean, I'd need to put the book back on the shelf, surely. I know there's some people who have like magical libraries where you can just put the book on the desk and it zooms into place, which is very impressive, but I have to do it manually, so... A fun fact! A tank fact! Do I have any tank facts. I don't. Okay, it's not about tanks, but it's about the etymological effect of nukes. Does that count? It's about atomic slang and how it developed. I don't have one based off a tank, but I'm sure there's a few out there. Okay, so this is a cool thing. It's often the social case that although, especially in the internet age and the post-irony age, we think of a lot of terms from the past being very sincere and proper because with most generations there's the natural progression to assume that the things they associate with the past are more traditional, etc., etc. And so we're often quite detached from the fact that a lot of slang that's now been widely adopted into like recognized vocabulary from the 80s is actually very dark humor in a sense, because you have things like meltdown being a commonly used phrase, and ballpark as an estimate, which those two sound like very random phrases, but they actually come in relation to meltdown was adopted at the term following 3 Mile, and then ballpark wasn't used in regards to baseball. It's because when the effects of these weapons were reported on the news, they used fields as like a scope of scale, and so in the ballpark, within that range of how many stadiums it would cover as a point to try and quantify the gigantic range of these new devices, was how it was determined. And it's so strange to think the language that's used so casually today has such kind of dire, and it is dark humor really, and has those kind of associations, but because it was widely adopted into casual vernacular before many of our times, that it isn't something we regard or consciously process as being dark humor in the way that commonly adopted phrases that may have those kind of edgier joke origins we would recognize from them having developed in our time. So it's an interesting example of not only the shape of world affairs into language, but also how we kind of normalize a neuter language the longer it's around, because the more it gets diffused into different social classes, the less agitated its connotations are. And I think that's interesting. And it's an example that makes people maybe go, ooh, etymology. Because there's like missiles and stuff. Yeah. It's quite an interesting one. There's a book which a lot of my etymology facts are from. There's a cool creator who, they do YouTube videos as well. I watch their long form content, but I think they largely do like TikTok and YouTube shorts, which I refuse to watch shorts. Every now and then I'll watch a compilation of Hank Green shorts, and that's about all I do. And Vsauce, Hank Green and Vsauce, I will watch their shorts compilations. Everything else, I have enough difficulty retaining focus and the correct serotonin response. I will not be engaging in the short form content. I'm not built like that. But yeah, it is Etymology Nerd, I believe is the handle on most things, but also does like a blog post every now and then with cool notes and stuff like this, which is often the more in-depth research notes but for those shorts or for those long-form contents, and I really enjoy reading that. It's one of the ones that I've set up so that I get an email with it when it gets updated, and I just get to like sit and read it if I have a lunch break in the office or something. Oh hi, okay, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Very clever, poke fact. It's pretty cool. I feel like it's quite macabre for the scope of what I normally cover in fun facts, but I hope it is okay. Oh, my nose is itchy. There were tests to make tanks that could shoot nukes? I assume these were very, very, very early nukes on multiple bases, because I assume a projectile from a tank is easier to intersect than a projectile from an aircraft or a submarine, and also the range you've got to have on that tank. Concerning. I think this is also true for modern language. I mean, language evolves faster and faster. Oh, if this is something you're interested in, I'm gonna promo Etymology Nerd again. There's a book that I'm getting this month, which I'm very excited for, which is they're releasing their first book, which is called AlgoSpeak, which is almost exactly about that. And it's about how the swap to algorithm-driven online communication without much separation for localized communities and instead communities driven based on behavior and opinion has changed the evolution of language and accelerating it. And I'm very excited for it. That he's currently in the middle of his like promo social media arc, but I believe it comes out 2 weeks from now. I have pre-ordered a copy because I thought it was cool, and I also really like when content creators release books, especially I believe I'm not sure to what extent, but has a academic background in etymology was what he was studying, so that's very cool. Vain, what phrases were used ironically and how it's used in normal conversations? Yeah, that's if that's something you're interested in, I would definitely recommend a lot of content on that for free, especially in the long form videos and the blog posts, and I believe also the shorts. But you know, you can always request a book from your local library to be brought in. It varies on the area, but I know in the UK at least, if you request a book, they will oftentimes be able to order it in. Just barely enough to drive away from the afflicted zone? Terrifying. Terrifying, terrifying. But yeah, that's a very cool book. I will mention it does kind of cover the impacts of the manosphere on language, which I'm going to be grumpy at people whilst I read that section, but I think it's going to be very informative, and it's also interesting to realize how communities that you may not want to give any power to are inadvertently affecting your language and the way you speak because of how internet memes is the largest scope for adoption of language at the moment. Oh, thank you for the pat and the hydrate, unicorn. Thank you. I realize I've been swapping between Metro and unicorn. I hope it's okay interchangeably. I am confused, Danielle. Coolest mouse in the house recommends cool books. Yeah, I'm really excited for this book. I'm planning to nominate her for book club, but because book club's early this month, book club is next Saturday. I'm going to be doing the announcement post about it tomorrow. But because it's next Saturday on the 12th and the book comes out on the 17th, I believe it comes out the Thursday after next, it won't be until August I can nominate her, but I'll be nominating it then. And so if you think it sounds interesting, feel free to vote for it. I'm not sure why I'm canvassing for votes on book club, but I will. I'm quite excited about this book. I'm going to read it no matter what. It's the same with Everything is Tuberculosis. My copy of that arrived recently, so I'm going to be reading that at some point. I finished talking about book club for this month since there's a week to go. I finished How to Kill a Witch, which was very interesting. I've been listening to a bit of the podcast from the authors, and I'm going to sound incredibly stupid when I say I was jump scared by the Scottish accent. Should I have expected, upon reading a full book by 2 Scottish historians, journalists, lawyers, about the history of the Scottish witch trials, expected Scottish accents? Yes. Had I previously only really been exposed to Edinburgh Scottish accents and was jump scared by something that was not that? Also, yes. I was like, oh! I don't know, I was just bamboozled. I understood it now, but it took me like a solid 2 minutes to just kind of sit there and go, parsing language, understanding dialect. Okay, we're on the same page. Every now and then I have to pause and rehear a word, but I was just bamboozled. I have a confession to make, Miss Mouse. Do you have an overdue book? I don't know. What kind of? Did you like dog ear a page on a public library book? That's not something that I am too precious about, but I do think if you're borrowing someone's property, you should return it to them in the state they found it. I have a hard time picking up books. That's right, I'm just a poser. I want to sit down and read more, but my dopamine levels are so high from social media. I think that is incredibly fair. I think that is the common experience for most people. I feel like reading as a hobby is a difficult thing to keep up with, and it's something that I struggle with sometimes, which I feel sounds ridiculous to say, but I don't know. Social media does affect how we consume content, and algorithmically driven, like, continuous engagement. That's not how most things are. That's not how the medium evolved to entertain us, so it's natural to find it difficult. Things I would recommend for that. I think short stories are really good. I think a lot of digital forms of writing are really handy for communication for that. So something which I found pretty good when I was struggling to read as a student is keeping up with Substacks were really good because it's generally a shorter article and you can look out for either content creators you already follow and are interested in the works of, or you can find like really significant research pairs in industries you work in or are interested in working in or studying in, and you can read and learn about that on a point of self-development or as something if you're a student or looking to go to interviews to talk about in those settings as something you're doing for self-development. And I think that's a really good way to have small segmented accessible reading that still feels rewarding. Another thing which I recommend, which some people are grumpy about, is audiobooks. I think people get really snobbish about audiobooks. I think they're very good. I think storytelling is cool. Part of the reasons I love video games is because it's an alternative medium of storytelling. This is why I recommend people must do an RSS. Oh wait, what's this? Hi Duckhead. I can't read books that are VTubers to watch. No! There are books out there that are good too. Pinky promise. Maybe audiobooks whilst gaming for starters? I tend not to listen to audiobooks whilst gaming too often, but I will always listen to audiobooks whilst tidying around the library or when I'm doing low-level administrative tasks at work. What if the VTuber reads a book? It was actually talked about I didn't know what to do to celebrate hitting 1,000 followers, but there was discussion on if I'd do a offline recording of reading through a book of some kind, but then I couldn't figure out what book to do because it would need to be one into public domain, so the various copyright people don't get grumpy with me. And yeah. And then we were indecisive, and now it's been like 2 months. And so we just did the big art thing to celebrate. I too am learning Godot. Oh, nice. It's super fun. I fear we have done our learning Godot for today, and now we're just yapping. Apologies if you were lured here with promise of Godot and just had to listen to me talk about books. We did our 3 hours of thinking. Now we have 40 minutes of yapping, maybe. Be careful, she zaps people. To my knowledge, I've never zapped anyone. Wait, I've played laser tag. Does that count? I was kind of good at it, although I kept getting told I was accidentally climbing out of bounds. Can I recommend the craziest books you've ever read? Oh, what's this? But yeah, back to the previous point, because I do think it's an important one. Finding it difficult to read either in the sense of making time for hobbies is continuously difficult, or because all other media that is promoted to us and normalized to us has a different timeline and investment scale of reward association, be that in video essays, be that especially in short form content, and so it does make sense it feels difficult to read. Our environments are increasingly discouraging us from doing tasks that take longer term investments to get payoffs, and so it's completely natural. I feel like it's something people feel ashamed about, which is not fair on the individual, the companies should be ashamed from encouraging these patterns of behavior that I think ultimately negatively impact people. But yeah, that's my little. Is that a soapbox? I guess it is. No. I'm yapping. I'm always yapping. House of Leaves. I've heard of this. Isn't it scary? Isn't it like a horror, like third wall metafiction thing? I think. I haven't read it myself. I haven't read too much horror. This is why I listen to videos of 2 times speed while cycling. Well, I do listen to video essays, and occasionally. Okay, this is gonna sound mean. If it's a video essay by an American, I'll sometimes listen to it as 1.25 speed, because some American accents. I know I don't speak quickly, but I'm used to the UK accents, and I think. I can't remember the study, so it's probably not in date anymore, but I remember seeing an anecdote around 10 years ago or so that said the people who spoke UK or British English spoke 1.3 times as many words per 10 seconds as the average American speaker, and then it's even more exemplified for a lot of Southern American accents. And so there's often very interesting things being said by them, but if someone starts speaking with a kind of slower American, especially like, is it the Texas and those kind of states accent, I will put them on 1.25 speed. I feel kind of weird, but it's yeah. It's a book about a horse changing inside, and as you read it, the text gets messed up. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I do really enjoy when books use their when projects in general, storytelling projects use the medium of communication to add story. I think it's very fun. The best example of it is if I see a sci-fi or fantasy book and there's a map. Life is good. But it can also be little things like the varying breaks in grammar. There's one book which is quite cool, which I didn't notice it on first read through, but it's a very small difference. But in the original printing, I don't think it's there in all of them, but it swaps between 2 characters' perspective, and the sizes of the indexes, so the breaks on either side and top of bottom of the page, change depending on which character's describing, and it's to mirror one of the characters' feelings of claustrophobia, which is a big theme throughout the story, which was very cool. I love that sort of thing. Oh, hey Sonic, what did we do today? We made mobs! We did the baseline introduction for the enemies in Godot, and then we got distracted. I feel I may have yapped myself out soon. I'm sure I can think of more anecdotes, but... Try looking at pictures of House of Leaves? Okay, I'll check it out after stream. Mops. Mobs like the enemy character. I fear I won't be able to pronounce it correctly. I like it when stories describe the exact mechanisms and techniques used to create technologies. I find I really like, is it soft world building versus hard world building? I really like hard world building, especially in fantasy or sci-fi. It's very cool and fun. One of my favorite things is if you get like a fancy edition of the book, and at the back it adds an extra 20 pages that are like an instruction manual for a key item in the world, or a textbook if it's in an academic scene or something like that. I think that's so fun. I love that kind of thing. Very cool, very good. I love that jazz. It's a bit irksome if it's sometimes locked behind a limited edition, but I kind of understand why they do for printing, since it often doesn't use typical frame printing with diagrams and stuff, and so it makes sense it has the additional like raised pay point. But it's very cool. I agree. Yes, we're getting solid agreement. I'm glad this is a commonly held opinion, because hopefully authors and publishing houses will do it more, because it's very fun and good. My pronunciation perception is not very good. No. But second languages are difficult, and I am quite softly spoken, so I think often, especially at the end of the words, the closing syllables do blur. But can be infuriating when they break their own rules. Yeah, this it is very difficult if you're reading sci-fi and fantasy and you like break trust with the author, and you no longer you lose your suspension of disbelief, and it is easier for that to happen in hard world building, and so I understand why many people opt for softer world building, but because of how I like to engage with media, I love when hard world building is done correctly. Do you agree the wind magic should be used before healing magic? To ensure no dirt or contaminants enter the wound? That's a cool way to think about it, yeah. I suppose I'm just used to like disinfectants, just like a bit of vodka on it, something like a silk or microfiber that won't lose pieces of dust in the wound, dab, that's shenanigan. Softly spoken sometimes squeaks, precisely, never meowing. I enjoy control. Oh. What's this? Is that, that, I know that there was a big video game from that a few years ago, but I'm not sure if that's the only one. I haven't played it. Is it good? Is it a game about anomalies? Ooh, oh, that's kind of cool. Wait, is it scary? I don't want to get invested in it if it's scary. It's great? Ooh. Oh, I'm yawning. Oh, dear. Not scary? Even for a mouse? Oh, thank you for the pet, Sonic. Thank you. It depends on the style of healing. Oh, this is true. I really love theory crafting magic systems and ideas for how to skew a world to be influenced by magic or some technological advancement that happened out of time. I think that's very fun, but I don't know. I must have like 30 or 40 fully documented magic systems, and I'm like, if I if I get another like 8 hours in a day, I'd love to write out one of these. It'd be so cool. Even if it just became a short story. Wait, have I told the anecdote before? I don't know how much I can say about it. When I was younger, I had to write some short stories as part of exams, as like coursework. Electrode! I hope you're having a good day, but I'd also like my ears back. I feel so off-center. Wow. Huh? That's all you've got to say for yourself? It's got godlike entities? Ooh. I enjoy stories that messes with gods. I'm not sorry? Disapproving mouse. Do I look disapproving? I'm trying my best to disapproving mouse. There we go. I think I did a pretty good job. But what was I yapping about? What was my previous thought about? Oh goodness gracious, my ears are back. Thank you very much. Yeah. I don't know. I watched some short stories when I was younger. I think one of them got like published in a collection of ones written by young people, which was kind of cool. I remember reading the other ones and going, "Oh, my one's kind of emo and the rest are cool," which I felt a bit silly for, but I remember being really proud of that. You think it has a novel too? Ooh, I always love attached books. I always wonder whether or not I want to pick up the Magic the Gathering attached stories, because there's a lot of attached written lore, but when I started getting into Magic in 2019, 2020, they did a lot of like not the best writing or storytelling in different parts of the lore, and so for a long time I really wanted to pick it up and start reading more of it, but I was kind of discouraged by that. I think they actually went back and retconned some of it because the community response and because it was just not executed as well as it could have been. But with that many gods going around, is it any wonder reality is kind of a mess? I mean, that's kind of an understandable takeaway. You can't imagine gods to be particularly harmonious, especially if they created the world as it is. I never thought that about your model. I was looking at what you could choose for channel points and I noticed one is. Yeah, the one is, if I lean to the side, you can kind of see my human ears. Wait. Let me show you more closely. This is going to be a slightly strange close-up. Do you see here? Which my earrings hang from? I got my little human ears. They're hidden away by my hair, but one ear removes my human ears, and humania removes my mouse ears. Cool and unusual. I have 2 pairs of ears? Yep. Oh, thank you for the pets, Nikomoto. Thank you. Closer? What do you mean? Are you trying to like tell me to get closer and then I'm gonna get like bonked or something? Steel pipe? I don't know why, but every time I think of the steel pipe meme, I only think of, oh no, Hatsune Miku does not like British people. That's the only association I have. This is gonna be a rather cursed clip of the stream. Just emoticondenia. Oh no, Hatsune Miku. Oh, healing magic depends on the anatomical knowledge of the person casting the magic? Yes. This is something that irks me in a lot of world building where they're just like, yeah, and this person has the power. Do they know what a vein is? Do they know what the little barriers are to make blood go in a certain direction? Nope, but they got the stone of the shenanigans so they can fix it. I really enjoy when it requires understanding, and yeah, I really enjoy when understanding benefits a magic system. I think it makes the powers feel a lot more earned, especially when you start making people crazy strong. If they have almost no knowledge of how the human body heals, the wound spells do nothing. But if the caster knows about cells that help heal the wound and repair damage, it'll have a great effect. Yep. It's very cool. Games tend to miss the point of cosmic horror. Cosmic horror is fun. I think that's one of the type of horror games that I'm like, horror genres that I'm more comfortable with. I've had a few good cosmic horror short stories. Cosmos horror? Did I spell? Because like hit or miss. Yeah, it took me a minute. I just assumed I pronounced it badly and I was getting listed. I'm just gonna toss this green goo at someone and the burns are gonna heal the shape they were before. I am spell. Oh. Don't worry, I thought it was like a meta joke. I didn't. I had full confidence that you had spelt it intentionally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to accidentally call you out. I thought you were roasting me. Best Cosmic Horrors, Bloodborne? I've not played any of the Bloodborne games. Do they have any attached books? I feel like they might from the like size of the series. It seems like a pretty cool game, but I feel like it overlaps with a lot of genres I haven't played much of and I'm a bit intimidated by, since it's kind of like fighting, action adventure, and then it's got horror elements. And as we have seen, when you have like mechanically intense rhythm or action games, I accidentally lock in and forget to yap, and so I don't know how good I'd be at streaming it. It has, pardon me, it has books around 5? Oh. For people who have read the books and played the games, would you say it is detrimental to read the books before playing the games? Depending on the contents, I might nominate one of them for book club, if that would be cool for people. Obviously, you can vote for other ones, but I don't know. I think stuff like that would be cool. I'd kind of like it if... because I always have many books to nominate for book club, especially for the fantasy slot, increasingly for the non-fiction slot, because I've been trying to find more memoirs and autobiographies that I'd enjoy. I want to read what I talk about when I talk about running. I might be nominating that next month. It sounds really interesting. The book can indeed spoil the game? No! That's so evil. It's so mean to me specifically. Though in my case, I enjoyed reading the book first. Ooh. I'll think about it. I think it would be cool to play, but I feel like there's a lot of games to be played on the list. And although I have a lot of respect from the Bloodborne kind of franchise from what I've heard, and from people whose opinions I respect and have said positively about it, I feel like there's a lot of games that are more up my alley that I should probably focus on playing through first. I like reading, watching spoilers before playing or watching something. I prefer to avoid spoilers. I don't know, I think especially for stream stuff, but that's partially because I think the appeal of watching streams, especially for story-based games, is to mirror the experience of playing it for the first time by seeing someone else experience that. And so if I go into playing a game for the first time knowing spoilers, it kind of takes away from that. I think Bloodborne should be played for prior experience to the craziness. Okay, I can add it to the list. Honestly, it probably won't be super duper high up because I don't imagine it has much overlap with a lot of the stuff I do so far. I don't know if that's unreasonable. It's always hard to gauge. I feel like outside of enthusiasm for indie games and maybe puzzle games, not even necessarily that they're... I don't know. I never know if I play like the games that y'all play, unless that sounds silly. Waifu Simulator? Wait, what on earth is this? It's a hard game? Oh yeah, well I mean I struggle at video games quite a bit. I'm not gonna be delusional, I'm not gonna say I'm good at clicking buttons. I have at least another 6 months of saying I've never really used a controller before, that's why I'm bad. have cope with added credibility for a while. This is my get out of skill issue free card. I would suggest, didn't you finish his Lies of P? I got Lies of P on Xbox Thingamabob Pass. I've lost the ability to pronounce the second half of words. I got the Lies of P on Xbox Battle Pass thingy, and I don't have that anymore, so I'd have to pick that up again to finish Lies of P. So I probably won't be playing it for a while until I get another, like, free 3 months eligibility thing. But yeah. Oh, ah! I unmuted myself for a second and heard my own voice. Horrifying. Would require acquiring a PlayStation? There's no version on PC? Oh, I'm not doing it then. If it's not on PC, I'll switch it a push. I'm not playing it. I'm very sorry. It's PS exclusive? Exclusive games in this day and age? Like, I understand being exclusive for first year of release, but not even for the remasters? That's kind of madness. Yeah. I would highly recommend Look Outside. Oh? Is this another game? Let me have a little look. Survival horror. You're all recommending me scary games. Oh, this looks scary. Oh, it came out recently. Oh. I feel like I'd be very scared playing this game based on the trailer. Scaredy mouse, scaredy mouse. When I said I was gonna try and play more horror things, I was telling fibs. Also, as an unofficial emulator, which being a Halata, that's fair. I recommend you start running. What do you mean? I run like 20-30k a week. I do a lot of running. Active mouse, agile mouse. I go new. I didn't go new too much. I've started doing some more like full body workout instead of just running. And on one hand, I can feel myself getting stronger, and I'm kind of proud of that. But on the other hand, it has made my running times worse. Because now I don't have as many rest days, and I often work out in the morning before I run in the afternoon, evening. So, yeah, I was very disgruntled because I was like, I feel tired, but I do feel stronger. And then I watched my like 5k time go up by like a minute every time for 2 weeks in a row now, and I'm like, this is the progress, it's gonna get better. Needs a big hamster wheel? Honestly, I would run so much more if there was a better way for me to run. Because there isn't like a convenient area for me to easily get to a gym to go on a treadmill without using public transport of some sort, which is inconsistent enough in the UK that is discouraging from using as a kind of casual thing, like going to the gym. And then running during the sunlight in the summer is essentially any time after like 5 a.m. until 11 p.m. And running later than that or earlier than that can be a bit sketchy. So maybe I would like a big hamster wheel, honestly. Oh, what's it called? There's a like adventure theme park in the UK. What's it called? It has a giant human hamster wheel, and I've ran in it before, and it's really fun. If I just Google Mud Theme Park UK, will it show me it? I imagine it's been shut down on health insurance by now. Let me have a look. I found found something similar to it, but I feel like this is like the baby version and there's a scary version. Is it the Quacky Trail? It might be the Quacky Trail. There's the hamster wheel! Okay, it looks like some of the larger parts got shut down and they just left the like ones aimed at kids that are safer now, which is disappointing, but many of those trail bits were hazardous. There was it was a lot of like physical challenge dexterity things. There was a bit where you had just like I don't know how to describe it. You had an artificial like mini hill built, and inside it there was just a box that was around 10 meters wide, 2 meters high, and had it was boxed in, and it was like a varying angle. There was one at like 30 degrees, one at 40 degrees, and you just had to like run and climb up, and some of them had like ropes or nets to help you get up, but you'd just be like stuck at the bottom of this giant box, and it was really fun. And if you got really stuck, you could like knock on the side, and one of the people who worked there would like open the little wall hatch of shame, and you could get out. But I don't know, I was pretty good at climbing up it. The mouse kicked in, and there was these big slides. Though I will say a lot of them were from like hammered together like metal plates and stuff, like layered down tacked plates that weren't super duper flat. So you needed to wear like long sleeve shirt and pants because it would be quite rough on your skin if you had any like skin exposed. It could like nip the skin quite easily. But they had a giant hamster wheel. They had several varied hamster wheels. The hamster wheel first started as a punishment. Incorrect. We all yearn for the hamster wheel. I feel like the reason why some humans think they wouldn't enjoy a hamster wheel is just lack of opportunity. Once they run in a hamster wheel, they'll see the appeal. The rodents have it right. Hamster wheel of joy. I want to set up a hamster wheel in my little garden now. Do you think that would require planning permission? I kind of want to do that. Spin. The more I think about this place, the more I'm almost certain it got shut down and health and safety started to become more real. So many paths without railings. So many walking on like thin beams above a river. It was really fun. I kinda wanna go back. But it seems like it's just aimed at kids now, which I suppose is fair. It should be safer. They still have the thing where you have to climb inside a giant crocodile. Nice. This makes no sense to an outside of the UK. I'm very sorry. I don't even know if Southerners would go to this. I have another perfect game recommendation. Sunless Sea and Sunless Sky. Text-heavy game set in the Fallen London universe? Wait, what's Fallen London? I'm not familiar with it. Oh, I suppose I'm not doing a stream before then, so I can yap a little bit about my schedule for next week. But the plan, and this is subject to change a little bit, there may be... I'm not 100% about the Monday stream, but we have tentative Monday study stream, and then on Tuesday a shorter stream where I go through the Steam sale, and we'll be voting on some games to get from it. I've set myself a budget of around £40–30 of games to get, and because I do still have games in backlog, but I know there's some really good games on sale at the moment, some of which people have mentioned, maybe as collabs or just in general, that I want to check out. So we'll be going through different games on Steam Summer Sale. So if you have recommendations, save them up for Tuesday, especially if they're on sale at the moment. Then no stream on Wednesday because I have RPG tabletop shenanigans. Thursday, I'm thinking of starting the Arknights event. I need to double check the timings because I'm not sure if it's the case the time zones it starts on Thursday but the server's on live till Friday, or vice versa. I'm not sure if it's going to be up for stream start time, but I'll try and do some Arknights on Thursday. Then Saturday we have book club. Is the tentative plan. I am loath to only have 2 kind of normal streams because I know book club isn't like a regular stream, and so I try to heavily steer the streams on book club week. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do Monday study stream. I might do a low brain intensity gameplay stream instead. It depends how busy I am. I'll figure that out tomorrow once I see how much of my task list I get through. Hopefully it's enough that we can do gameplay shenanigans on Monday. I would love to have one of those Zorb balls, the big inflatable balls you can go inside. Oh, like the ones that go in water? They're fun, I've been in them. Yeah. Humans crave the hamster wheel. It's true. This is one of my new criterias in life. Books with maps in them. Good. Humans crave the hamster wheel. Vegetables pog. I think these are women in practical armor. I think that might be my policies. That's like my flyer headline policies. Fallen London? Is that another game? Oh. Would it make sense to try Fallen London first if I've not heard of it? The Arknights event is on the 17th. The current one is the Shoe rerun. I thought there was one that started on the 10th. Did I just get my weeks mixed up? Okay, I might swap things around then. I might do... If I were to pick up with story on Arknights, it would be picking up Lone Trial, which... Do I mean Lone Trial? No, I don't. It would be picking up the Ocean event. It's not Exodus of the Pale Sea, that's the most recent one. I can't remember. It's picking up one of the first Ocean events. Undertides, that's the one. So yeah, I could do that on Thursday. Finish up Undertides. Would we rather... I am asking people because I need to finish my schedule tomorrow. I believe you stopped the stage Thorn's got the module. If I did that, it was inadvertent. I did like 4 stages and then an event started and I didn't have time to finish it before the event, and then I had a pause and need to pick it up again. But I'm planning to read through all of it eventually. Would people prefer an Arknights IS5 stream or an Undertide stream? I still haven't beat Ending 4, now Ending 5's out. How dare I be an Arknight streamer? I think I forgot to submit my content for the Arknights creator content thing last month. Oh no. Yeah, I definitely forgot that. That's my bad. I guess I have to remember this month. I'm very silly. Fallen London is the universe Sunless Sea and Sunless Sky are based on. Also, it's a browser game that was the basis. I think starting with Sunless Sea is enough. Okay, that sounds good. I'm gonna have to double check that. I got kind of jump scared by June ending. I feel like it happened all of a sudden. Why was the latter half of that month? I know it's because I was on a holiday, so it went by quickly, but I think I should have tracked more. Rigged? I was hoping no one would notice, but I do think Stream Avatars is broken. I'm pretty sure I've won the last 20 or so. Oh no, I haven't. Suffle has won the last 2. That's fine. I'm just good and tall and cool. Okay. I'm gonna double check. Okay, nice. Before I start yapping again, because I can feel myself starting to make less and less sense because I'm so sleepy, I'm very sorry if I've been unintelligible for the last several hours, honestly. I don't think I made much sense, but I appreciate everyone for watching. I am going to get ready to rumble and read over to Sum, who, if you would like to stick around, it is Sum's affiliate anniversary, and they are a sweetheart. So, admittedly, I think, has it been a full hour? Maybe I should schedule in a dedicated just chatting stream at some point, but that feels like too much pressure. What if I can't think of words? Yeah, it'd be nice if everyone can go say hi, because it's affiliate anniversary, and that's exciting. So yeah, let us get ready to raid and rumble. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I do not have a stream tomorrow, but schedule will be out tomorrow, alongside nominations for book club voting for which one we're going to vote on for next Saturday. If you have any books to recommend, it's a very quick form, just if it's fiction or non-fiction, author, and then a quick blurb. If you want to just copy the one off Storygraph, that's fine. I normally add them and write a script for the blurb anyway, so it's all good. But I hope you have a wonderful day. Make sure to take care of yourself. Check out the schedule when it gets posted tomorrow. And let's all say hi and congratulations to Sum. Okay. Bye 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 bye. Thank you for being here. Mwah.